Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Wolverhampton University. It is day 2 here of the Under-15s Netball Performance Competition, and this is the business end of the competition. This is where we find out the gold medal winners, who's going to take the silver medals, who's going to finish 3rd and 4th. But we've got so many games for you, of course, coming up throughout the day. We've got 2 courts covering for you, so you can switch between each court. You can stick to court 1 or you can stick to court 2. It's completely up to you. But our first game of the day, we'll see Severn Stars take on Team Bath. And of course, if you did stick with us on court 1 yesterday, you wouldn't have seen Team Bath in action. So first look at Team Bath. Well, my name is Bradley Hope, and I'm delighted to say joining next to me for this one is Dion Williams, a local coach around Birmingham. She does a lot of work, of course, as well for the Wasps. Well, very good morning, Dion. How are you?
Good morning, Brad. I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And obviously you weren't here with us yesterday, but you obviously got to see a bit of the action and saw both of these sides. I think, did you see both these sides get the action yesterday?
Yeah, living from my kitchen. So, yeah, I've been doing a bit of decorating yesterday. So, no, but managed to catch quite a lot of the footage yesterday. So, yeah, so mixed day for both of these teams yesterday, Brad.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. Severn Stars finished 3rd in Pool A. They managed to get a win in the end against the North East. And we've just got an injury.
Brad, fortunately.
Well, that is very unfortunate inside the opening 20 seconds. We really hope she's all right. And we saw both of these sides going through their warm-ups. They were getting the preparations right for this one. They get a 15-minute warm-up, of course, before every single game today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was a collision between her and another player, Brad. But she looks like she's a bit winded, so looks like they're looking for assistance, yes.
Yeah, here come on the ambulance and medical staff. We hope she's all right. This is not the start we would have wanted for either side inside the opening minute. But if we just go back, yeah, Severn Stars, they got that victory over the North East in their final game to claim their sole victory of day 1. And at Team Bath, they finished bottom of Pool B, but they put in some good performances themselves, and they'll be wanting to try and round up the weekend and getting a victory. And it's even though this competition, as we just see, but for the Severn Stars just making their way off. We really hope she's all right, and I'm sure it was for the wing defence for the Severn Stars, Maya Hayward-Richards. We wish her a speedy recovery as quickly as possible. So we're back underway now here, and let's see if we can get our first goal of the morning.
Nice step in from the goal shooter, unlucky there, but big pick-up rebound from the goal attack. And that was good from Doc. Obviously, they had to kind of recover that. Obviously, they've had a shaky start with one of their players going off, and they've responded really well, so that was excellent. Yeah,
especially at this young age. It must be, when you see teammates and a friend, of course, going down, it must be quite a thing to sort of pick yourself back up and sort of go again, really.
Absolutely. And obviously these girls, they're not just teammates. Obviously some of them will be friends as well. And obviously that's what, as part of netball, you're all about. You're looking for, those friendships and team connections and things like that. So, they did really well, and picked up a turnover as well. So let's hope they can convert for this as well.
So Severn Stars looking to try and double that advantage. Patient build-up, actually. They've worked it really well.
Worked it really well. Nice shot.
Lovely from the Severn Stars. Yeah, they did get that victory against the North East in their final group game of yesterday, and they'll be looking to try and use that momentum and that confidence. Do you think that final win yesterday will just have given that extra confidence coming today?
Absolutely, and obviously netball is a momentum game as well. So I know it was yesterday, but there'll be a lot of confidence after that last game. Again, a lot of patient build up there. That's unlucky there, not to get that through to a shooting opportunity. But let's see if Bath can do something with it and take it to goal.
And just a reminder, of course, these quarters will be 6 minutes compared to the 8 minutes which we'll have in the final, the semi-finals, and third place playoff. So they'll go so quickly, won't they, these quarters, and it'll almost take you a couple of minutes to bed in, and then suddenly you run out of time.
Absolutely.
Well, Team Bath looking to try and respond and get a foothold back into this game, and we did see yesterday these teams that make those early starts, and it really puts pressure on the opposition, doesn't it?
It does, because you say it's not a long time. Obviously today they've only got 6 minutes, you know, and we're halfway through the time, and you know you start to lose momentum, especially if you've not got any goals on the board yet. So again, a good turnover, again some excellent pressure from the Bath defensive unit, and they are working together as a unit, which is really pleasing to see. Good transition through court, good use of the backup options as well. But again, that ball really needs to go more into the space, but it's a good pick up from Stars. Again, turnover again. So when they do turn the ball over, it's about them looking after that ball and just being patient and keeping possession.
Yeah, we saw a number of sides yesterday involved in games that they just couldn't keep hold of the ball for longer than a couple of passes.
Absolutely.
And it's just, it felt like the team who could just sort of compose themselves and keep the ball for a couple of passes and have maybe an attacking phase would go on and win the game.
Absolutely.
So 2 minutes remaining of this first quarter. Team Bath looking for that first goal, and this could just settle the nerves a bit.
Yeah, well done, goal attack.
Really nice, well done.
Say those ones under the post are the easiest ones. They're probably the hardest ones because you're under pressure because people expect you to get them in. So it's really about focusing on your technique and taking a deep breath and, you know, putting that ball through the net. It's nice positioning from the goal shooter at the front there, because that goal defence is quite rangy, as you can see there. She's picking up quite a lot.
Yeah, really good awareness from the Severn Stars at the back, and you can already see actually that quick transition from one end of the court to the other. It really does feel like that win and the back end of yesterday has given them so much confidence going into this one. Oh, beautiful.
Shot.
That was absolutely stunning from the Severn Stars. And then again, they get the centre. So this is...
See if they can convert that.
Yeah. When you get the
lovely
centre
positioning
again.
from the goal shooter.
Lovely.
Nice.
Olivia Selby, the goal shooter for the Stars, and when you get that centre again straight after you've got a goal, it's so important if you can to really take advantage of that, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And now all of a sudden it's put the pressure right on Team Bath. 3 points down with 40 seconds of this first quarter remaining.
Stars are doing a fantastic job defensively. They're actually working together as a unit and trying to congest the space. They're trying to squeeze the players into that middle section of the court, which is giving them, in terms of their range, in terms of where they can give that ball, really shutting down their options. So they're working excellently as a unit, and now again, they come away with the ball again.
Yeah, the goal defence, Madeleine McLeod, and goalkeeper Sophie Hamilton for the Severn Stars. Doing a really nice job for the Stars early on. Patient work.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that the Severn Stars are not rushing it. You know, they can go back and they're just working it, almost like recycling, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And there we go. That patience has paid off. Well, a superb opening quarter for the Severn Stars, and it just felt like after that those 2 goals in quick succession, they've really taken control, haven't they?
Absolutely. I mean, again, it was a defensive pressure in terms of the unit work by the defence that was giving more opportunities for goal, but actually then it was the attack, the transition, and then taking it to goal and capitalising on that. There were a couple of opportunities from Bath where they did turn the ball over, but again, it's just about taking that opportunity to goal and finishing them off.
So at the end of the first quarter, it is the Severn Stars who lead by 5 points to 1. Myself and Dion will be back for the second quarter in a couple of moments' time. So we're just about to get back underway. So we see Team Bath just making their way back onto court for the second quarter then. Seven Stars taking on Team Bath, and as you can see by the scoreline, Stars in control at the moment, and this could be really crucial if they can get a point early doors in this second quarter just to settle themselves down again. Get another opportunity, Olivia Selby.
Sharp.
How important that could be potentially, just sort of settling the nerves, going, well, even not settling the nerves, just getting the tempo back for the start of the second quarter.
Yeah, because the thing is now it's a 6-1 scoreline. You know, for 6 minutes, you know, for any team that's a big ask. It's doable, but it's a big ask. So what, you know, Bath are really going to have to do is they're going to really have to look at options to actually get possession off Stars if they want to get back into this game. So, yeah, they're going to have to work really, really hard. They have to think potentially about what they can do to try and shut down the options for Stars. But at the moment, Stars are still unable. Lovely tip from the goalkeeper there. So let's see if they can take that to goal and score. But you see again, when they are turning the ball, they really need to take those opportunities and take that to goal.
Yeah, they're just not utilising and retaining the ball as well as they could be, Team Bath. And Seven Stars, the difference, it feels like they're just using it better, aren't they, at the moment?
They're just being more clinical with their passing. You know, when they get the opportunities, you know, Bath have probably had a few more interceptions than Stars. They're just not being clinical enough of it and taking it to goal. So, you know, if I was coach, that we will be looking to tighten up on in the next game.
Yeah, Seven Stars now pushing to that 5-point advantage yet again, and it just feels that the confidence in the goal attack and the goal shooter, everything they go for is going in, and it must be such a feeling to have that.
It is, and shooting is a lot about momentum. You know, I think you know, when you've had one or two go in, it does give you more confidence. But also, if you're a shooter that isn't getting much ball, and you're kind of being started possession, that knocks your flow as well. So what you're probably finding then with Bath shooters, they're not getting enough ball to get into that flow and that momentum. But obviously we're not seeing that issue with Stars today. So
yeah, Olivia Selby's on top form this morning. Absolutely. For the Seven Stars. Almost a ruthless sort of nature every time she gets into the position.
That defensive setup from Stars this morning has been outstanding. I mean, that Bath, there's just nowhere, they just seem that there's nowhere to go. But it's that diamond setup really congesting that middle spot of the court is really causing Bath some problems.
Yeah, how much as a coach do you work on that unit? And of course you probably look at individuals as well, but how much do you look at getting that unit correct and making sure they're working together? Yeah,
and I think you know, all coaches have different methods, but I think it is about looking at the individuals and whether they can actually deliver that unit, because what you often find sometimes is where teams trying to implement units that not everybody's doing it, so then it kind of falls and breaks down. But where you've got examples like that where actually everybody's sticking to task and doing their job, it can be really, really effective.
Let's see if Team Bath then, can they get up to the other end of the court? They've managed to just get a couple of scores, and that will settle them down and look to try and come forward every time they get an opportunity. But again, yeah, it's just every time you see the setup from the Seven Stars.
But look at the communication between the goal defence and the goalkeeper. You know, at this age group, you know, it's something that is really good to see as a coach, that, you know, they're not working as individuals, they're working as units, and that's really, really important, particularly as defensive players, because there's often things you can pick up, but you need the defenders around you to assist you to be able to pick those things up. So again, another good turnover again by Stars.
Well, lovely pass downfield. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's got there in the end. And Team Bath, well, this is an opportunity now, turned over, and then again.
There we go.
It just feels everything's a bit forced and rushed at the moment, doesn't it, by Team Bath? What would you be saying as a coach?
Well, you know, we've got 3 seconds. It doesn't sound like a long time, but it really is. And I think maybe players need to think a little bit more about a pre-run, what they're going to do to actually lose their player. You know, recognising actually that Stars have got a defensive setup there. Actually, what can they do to actually try and draw them out, or put, you know, and actually get round in front. We want to see maybe a change in direction and commit. That's better. So actually the two attack shooters working together. See there, the goal shooter went out, drew the defender, which left the goal attack underneath the post. Much, much better.
Yeah, opportunity again for the Seven Stars. They just need to get a bit of momentum again now for the team back. They've got that goal. Can they try and nullify this next attack and keep them from scoring again? And there we go, quick play, almost not reacting quick enough, Team Bath, and just shows how alert and awake the Seven Stars team are.
So probably needed a little bit come out more on the angle for that centre pass, and the pass to support it as well. But it does, I think you're right, it does feel a little bit forced and a little bit rushed. You just need to take their time when they've got the ball. And wait for things to open up. Not everything can be given as a pass on that first second. Sometimes you have to wait for things to open up.
Well, Seven Stars at the moment in total control as we are reaching the end of the second quarter.
It's a nice roll off on the goal shooter to open herself up.
Well, just on the whistle then, they add another one. And that's 12 up for the Seven Stars. That was 7 points scored in that second quarter for the Stars. A brilliant performance so far. They've really taken on that from that victory that they got at the end of day one, and they are carrying on that good form into this game this morning. Well, myself and Dion will be back for the third quarter after half-time in a couple of minutes. So we're just about to get underway for the third quarter after the half-time break. This is where coaches and teams just have a little bit longer just to go through a few more tactics and words of advice. And as you can see by the scoreline, the Severn Stars leading by 12 points to 4. And we are underway then, and straight away that movement, that eagerness, that willingness to get into the position, the Severn Stars just on it straight away, although they lose possession this time around. And it's important now, it feels like for Team Bath, if they can use it and get that first goal, and they can build on that in that third quarter. Yeah,
absolutely. And it looks like they've made a few changes, Bath, to their obviously their units. So looks like there's a bit more height in there. It seems to have made an instant effect, being able to turn that ball over. That ball over the top didn't happen that time. I think they've made some changes in the attacking unit as well. So let's see if they can work for Bath. So for early opportunity and a lovely shot from the goal attack.
Yeah, just what they would have wanted, Team Bath. That's the first time they've got their first goal in a quarter. So can they build on that? Can they use that as a base to work on? What do you think they would have talked about at half-time then, Dion, both? It's the starting of Team Bath. What would the coaches would have said to them?
I think it's about their individual targets now, about what they're looking for. So it will be about, when they get the ball, ability to try and keep possession, hold on to that ball. We talked before about, they were turning ball over but giving it away within the first or second pass. So trying to keep possession and a bit more energy. And you can actually already see that there's a bit more energy about Bath, a bit more, dynamics, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. But yeah, it's just about, focusing on their performance rather than the score line now. Not saying this game isn't achievable as a win, but actually I think if they can just focus on their own, their performance now, and ball placement is important there, where they're putting the ball in relation to the player and the defender, and seeing that. Actually hands over ball early as per that goal attack, getting back and helping to defend. It makes a massive, massive difference and puts the opposition under pressure.
So Severn Stars are underway in this third quarter.
Great tip from the keeper.
Unfortunately,
Trevor quickly, well done keeper, and again.
Brilliant work from the goalkeeper.
Yeah, absolutely.
For Team Bath. Unfortunate there, because that hard work hasn't paid off. But again, you're setting those targets, and the coach will see that little spur, that little performance from the goalkeeper, and think, well, she's listened, she's taking on, she's working hard.
Absolutely, but also from Stars' point of view, the fact that goalkeeper's come on and taken a couple of tips there will maybe put an element of doubt in terms of the types of pass they might then be able to give. So particularly as a defender, it's not actually just about what you do, it's actually how you can potentially impact on your player in terms of maybe putting doubt or impact on their performance by things that you're doing as well. So they have potentially adjust what they're doing. So, but yeah, a much better start from Baths in this third quarter.
Severn Stars still, though, with that big advantage and looking to try and extend that. And fair credit to Team Bath, they've really come out firing in this third quarter to try and nullify every attack so far. And they're doing a decent job at it so far, but they've managed to hold on again this time. And speaking of those sort of targets, so that's something they'll think about. Right, we've just kept them out, that's another thing ticked off. Why don't we go up the other end and let's score a goal themselves?
Yeah, but again, when they do turn the ball over, and we've seen this, they do then need to make sure that they look after that ball and really think about where they're giving that ball to that player. I think sometimes Bath players are asking for the ball away from the player that's got the ball in the ball carrier. Maybe they need to actually think of coming towards that player and driving onto that ball. But they are turning the ball, and they have kind of stifled Stars in terms of their shooting opportunities in this third quarter. They just need to capitalise when they get the ball.
Yeah, do you think it's a mixture for Team Bath of movement or sort of panic in the pass? What is it? Would you say it's more the movement?
I think some of it, yeah, and I think some of it is potentially ball placements. That last, as you saw in that last example there, where the goalkeeper, they did really good work. That's a great shot there. But actually, that ball over the top of asking for the ball away, there wasn't enough on it. So I think they do really need to look at their ball placement, where the person is giving the ball in relation to the player. But actually, the person asking for the ball actually probably needs to come in front and ask for the ball rather than asking for the ball over the top. The lovely movement there from the goal attack to come round the front and ask for the ball. She's unlucky there, but great rebound from the goal shooter and a good finish. Well done.
Yeah, really well done from the Team Bath goal shooter. It was an awkward angle to claim the rebound, and she did well. And that's their second point of this third quarter for Team Bath. Still with Severn Stars with all the momentum at the moment. Are they going to go at the other end?
Keeper. Trying to put a bit of pressure on that on the shooter. But again, the shooters for Stars are in such a flow. You know, that's a confidence thing, being able to get that ball up over those goalkeepers' hands. But they're shooting so well at the moment, so you wouldn't have bet against it, to be fair.
Yeah, it's, I'd love to see the shooting stats at the end of this one. It'd be really intriguing to see what they are for Severn Stars.
Better work from the Bath defence there. Right, let's capitalise on this, Bath. That's better. Just the umpire asking the defence there to step away from her shoulders so she's actually can take that goal, shoot that goal without her being impeded by the defence.
Well, it was a bit better from Team Bath. They tried to nullify more of those Severn Stars attacks, and they've stifled the Severn Stars team just a little bit, but it is the Stars who currently lead by 17 points to 8 going into the fourth and final quarter. So here we go then, just about to get back underway for the fourth and final quarter of our opening game of day 2 here at the Wolverhampton University for the under-15s netball performance competition. And as you can see on the scoreline, Severn Stars 17 points to 8 to the good. And even though Team Bath have, every quarter they've really tried to stifle the opposition, try to score more goals and try and work new phases. They just need to try and maybe, let's see if they can try and win a quarter. And that's but there we go, the turnover, and look at the speed and the transition and getting up to the other end of the court.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's that ball away that the person's asking for, away from the ball carrier, away on the angle. It's just not getting there, and I think that's where, you know, Stars keep picking up this ball and turning the ball off Bath. It's where the Bath player is asking for the ball away on the angle, and the ball delivery, the placement is just not there, and it's easy pickings for a defender away on an angle. It's, you know, it's bread and butter for us. So
another opportunity here for Team Bath to get the first goal of this fourth quarter, and they do just that.
That's better work from the Bath, working together as a unit, seeing that. Okay, see that ball away on the angle, away on a diagonal angle, away from the player. just need more options coming towards the ball carrier.
Yeah, just a bit more movement around the court, just offering more options.
Maybe Bath need to think about actually going away from the ball first and then cutting back towards the player, because what they're finding is every time they're going for a ball, the defender is still with them.
Yeah, they're not short and simple passes, are they, by Team
No.
Bath? They're sort of long-ranging passes, and
That's better. Sharp.
that was well worked in the end from
Yeah.
Team Bath. They're a bit more patient, a bit more thinking that went into that move as well.
Against they've made some changes, Bath, to the attacking unit. So the goal shooter was, I think, the goal attack in the previous quarter. She's obviously holding there for a lovely position there, and that's a great. That's much better. See how she's holding. She's asking where she wants the ball. She's telling the ball carrier where she wants the ball, and it's a beautiful ball placement into the space away from the defender.
Yeah, it was a lovely split stance as
And
well,
a
wasn't
lovely
it, to
split
really
stance
get
as
herself
well.
forward as well. Really nice. But again, that movement, the goal shooter and goal attacker, just
It's
really
the
working hard,
rotation.
aren't they?
It's
Yeah.
just turning that goalkeeper, goal defence inside out, and that's where you obviously they're a pair, a unit that have done some work together. That rotation in the circle can be really, really effective when it's done well, and here's an example where it is being done really well.
Real sense of purpose and intent from the passing now from Team Bath.
So unlucky. And a great pick up, good rebound. So that's what we want as coaches, our players giving everything, and when there's a 50-50 like that, we want you to hold on to it. Absolutely. Well done, girls.
Yeah, real good fight shown by both.
Absolutely.
Exactly what you want to see. Quite right, Dion. And it's almost, you have to sort of pinch yourself and remind yourself that these girls are under 15, the way they play and the fight they show every time. It really is incredible to watch.
It is.
Sometimes. And they're athletes, aren't they, at this age? It really is amazing.
It is, and you're gonna need that, and it's really important that as coaches we're not just teaching the technical elements of playing a sport. It's that whole person, but it's also that that passion, that grit and determination as well. Because when games are tough, when you're tough, that's what really gets you through a game. So it's really good to see players this young really showing that. It's a great transition by Stars. Turn it. That rotation again, so the goal attack starts away from the ball, runs towards the ball, then the defenders have to make a decision, but then it opens up the backspace for the shooter underneath the post.
Yeah, the Severn Stars, whoever's been on for goal attack and goal shooter, it's just that those combinations of just the partnerships has been really good to watch, working together really nicely.
Yeah, great pick up there from the goal defence. Can we make it count? Let's go, Bath. Let's see if we can make it count. That's much better. Players driving onto ball.
Lovely movement again.
Absolutely.
Good pass as well.
Just needs to probably settle herself a little bit before she takes that shot. She's got 3 seconds. Better.
Yeah, she took her time, but she got there in the end and composed herself. And that brings an end then to our first game of day 2, and it is a win for the Severn Stars over Team Bath. They carried on that momentum from the back end of yesterday after they got that victory over the North East, and they have got their second of the weekend against Team Bath, and it just felt that Severn Stars just came out with that little bit more tempo, a bit flow, a bit more intensity at times, and those partnerships between the goal and attack and goal shooter for Severn Stars was brilliant, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I think at times that was the difference. I think, you know, I think Bath had their opportunities. They did turn ball. They just weren't clinical enough with that ball, unfortunately. Stars were more steady, but when they did pick up ball, they transitioned really well. And as you say, the shooting partnership between the goal and shooter and the goal attack really worked really well. But again, the defensive setup of defence of Stars in that first part of the game. Just didn't give Bath many more options. So well done, Stars. Really good performance this morning.
So it is a win for the Severn Stars over Team Bath, and we'll now move on to the business end of the competition. This is where it gets a little bit more serious, and it will be our semi-final time. On court 1, we're going to see Manchester Thunder take on Saracens Mavericks. And just a reminder, on court number 2, it will be Surrey Storm against Leeds Rhinos. But if you are sticking with us on court number 1, it's Manchester Thunder taking on Saracens Mavericks. Well, Dion, thank you very much for joining me in the commentary box. I'm sure we'll be hearing your voice again throughout the rest of the day.
Thanks, Brad.
And we'll move on to our semi-finals then. Manchester Thunder taking on Saracens Mavericks coming up next. So here we go then. We are just about to get underway. It's semi-final time. After so many games of action, so much work put into it, we've time for the semi-finals. And on court number one, it is Manchester Thunder against Saracens Mavericks. And this one should be a belter. Well, you're joined by myself, Brad Hope, and next to me is Jill Hogan for this one. And Manchester Thunder will get us underway. And just before the start of this game, it just got a bit quiet. It's a bit tense. You can see the nervousness on the faces of the players, the crowd, and instantly, there we go, Saracens getting the turnover. And what a start this could potentially be for the Mavericks, Jill.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. As we said, both teams worked so hard. Mavericks just lost the one yesterday, and Manchester Thunder unbeaten. So it's going to be a cracking game. I know Mavericks are really up for it. Said they're a bit nervous in their first game. So how can they really start off in this one? And they get the first goal on the Thunder's centre pass, which is a great start for them.
Absolutely. Manchester Thunder, I don't think they know what's quite hit them. They had a relatively easy day yesterday. They picked up some big margin wins, and this is going to be, we were just talking off air actually coming into this game, Jill, that this is their real first test, isn't it?
It is. Lauren Palmer, their coach, was saying they hadn't been tested too much, and they really need to step up. She's got a great squad of 12 players, and she's starting with this Severn. But she said if it's not working, she's quite happy to bring anyone on off the bench, and they're all ready and raring to go.
Well, there we go. That's the response that Manchester Thunder needed. And what an atmosphere we've got here at Wolverhampton University. And every time an interception's made, a turnover, a shot, it's the crowd are getting right behind them. And that's just going to add to the experience they'll have and the fuel and how they'll use that almost nervous energy.
It is. So, I mean, playing yesterday in the sections is one experience, but now in a semi, everything matters for this to get through to the final and everything to play for. So how do they deal with the distractions? The crowd's cheering a lot more. As you said, you can feel the tension, and players have got to try and shut out that it's a semi and stick to their game plan.
Here come Manchester Thunder, buoyed from those two quick-fire goals, and after the Saracens, Mavericks taking that early 2-point lead, Thunder are coming fighting back, and they now lead by 3 points to 2. And we're going to ask questions of this Thunder side, and that is a real test of character early doors.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Mavericks there, the shooter did miss a shot, but luckily they got the Thunder in that last goal, got the rebound. Really, we didn't see them miss any shots at all when they were playing yesterday. So you can tell even the shooters, it's got to go in, and the pressure that they're under to do that.
Yeah, and that one of the games yesterday for Manchester Thunder, we saw them beat the North East, scoring 54 points, I believe, in total. It was a real all-round dominant performance, and every time they got into an opportunity to get the goal, they took it, and they've started this one well at the moment. I think it's 3 from 3. And it looks like it could potentially be 4 from 4. Yeah. It certainly is.
And what they're doing, as you can see, bringing the ball down the court, they're looking to get the feed in from the circle edge, and that's the optimum place. You want the feed to go in either from the top of the circle edge or down in the pocket towards the baseline, or maybe on a 45-degree angle, but anywhere around that circle edge to feed the ball makes it a lot easier for it to go into the shooters and a lot more difficult for the defence to make the interception.
Here come the Mavericks. Brilliant from the Mavericks, and that will just give them a bit more confidence now after being rocked by Manchester Thunder. But again, look at the intensity and the pressure put on by the Thunder.
Great defence on the Mavericks centre pass there. Closed down the space, so it made it really difficult for any of the players to come out and take the pass, which has resulted in the Manchester Thunder now creating a goal opportunity, which they put away.
Well, 5 from 5 for Manchester Thunder at the moment.
So in that circle, Beth Adamson and Harriet Jones for Manchester Thunder starting in the circle, and they score another one. So settling a little bit now, the Thunder, and starting to get into their rhythm.
Yeah, interestingly, Ruby Parker not in that front two for the Manchester Thunder, who was getting all the goals yesterday. But an opportunity for the Mavericks.
Yeah, you can see how important it is, though, Mavericks stick to their game plan, play their speed, do what they've got to do and keep the heads now, and not make any unforced errors.
Well, what a start to the semi-final. Both sides giving it their absolute everything. And Manchester Thunder are just picking up from where they left off yesterday and not missing a thing.
Yeah. And all teams looking to work the ball, feed in from the circle edge like there and looking to get the ball under the post. So much easier then shoot the goal. She rushed that shot a little bit, just needed to get a little bit of composure and balance, and then in it goes.
Tiana Obesio, the goal shooter for the Mavericks.
So she even played it out then to get herself a bit near, but nice defensive rebound in the right position to get that rebound. It's always a bonus if a shot is missed. You don't always expect it to be missed, but if it is, the defence want that rebound. This is giving them a chance to pull a goal back now.
Well, how important could this be in this first quarter? A turnover, one of the first ones they've had, and you feel like even in these early stages, these are the opportunities you want to be taking against a side like Manchester Thunder. Oh, they do take it as well. It almost felt like a lifetime to drop in, and it does, and it's only 1 point in it now between Thunder and the Mavericks.
And we can see just on the sideline sometimes the Mavericks Thunder bench players are on the feet, just making sure they're watching what's going on. Should they get the call to go on, raring to go, I'm sure.
Yeah, substitutions made for the Mavericks, just keeping things fresh. Of course, in this competition, you want to win. Of course, you want to as far as you can, but of course, it's all about player development and the experiences they will get. And for these two sides, they're having a fantastic time of it, and it's 7 apiece, Jill. What a game.
And they're dealing with it, aren't they? Really, really well. The Mavericks went behind, but they pulled back again now. That was a really quick, what I call really quick, almost like a fast break, getting down there, and right before the Mavericks team had time to settle back for that centre pass. So great goal there, great attacking moves from the Manchester Thunder.
And the composure to finish as well after just missing one previously. But look at this from the Mavericks. They've got their tails up as well. Just can't force it over. Still in possession though. Still got a chance.
Goalkeeper really, goal defence in that circle, really, really challenging, which you've got to do all the time. You've got to be on it all the time, putting pressure on those shooters. And the goal attack deals with it really well, puts the goal in.
She absolutely does. And let's see if the Thunder will respond straight away.
Ooh, rare error there, a bit of a rush pass. Not enough space for her to catch it, and it's an error. And any little error, any small one error can be a goal for the opposition in this match. So now it's, can they use that bonus point, if you like, out of defence, and can it result in a goal for the Mavericks?
Oh, very unlucky from the
Was unlucky.
Mavericks.
Shooter really could have perhaps got off the ground a little bit to meet that. May have had a better chance of getting the rebound, but it's Thunder ball now to respond down the court.
Just a little bit of keep ball at the moment for the Manchester Thunder.
Oh, an unusual footwork call there for the play. So again, could be a result of the pressure that the Mavericks are putting on. They're having, everyone's overstretching the passes a little bit, and maybe that will result in these errors to happen. But what a great first quarter of this semi-final.
Absolutely, both sides giving it absolutely everything. What a first quarter that is, and there's nothing to separate the two sides. Manchester Thunder and Saracens Mavericks are locked at 8 goals apiece, and the atmosphere here at Wolverhampton University is brilliant, and it's feeding to the players and to the game. Well, you don't want to miss this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time. Well, I hope you've got your breath back. We certainly have here in the commentary box after a blistering opening quarter of this semi-final on court number 1. The crowd is right behind both of these sides. Saracens, Mavericks and Manchester Thunder locked at 8 apiece. Who's going to strike first in this second quarter?
I think it's anybody's game. I think we were right to say in the first quarter that the Thunder hadn't been really challenged, and having to deal with this now is another new challenge for them. And this first match, and Mavericks are giving it everything. Oh, unfortunate. That could be crucial. You've really got to put those goals in under the post at this stage now.
Yeah, huge opportunity lost there for the Mavericks, and can Manchester Thunder capitalise on that? Bit more slow, patient build-up from Manchester than they were so used to them from yesterday, getting up from one end of the court in almost double quick time, and they're just having to take more time with possession this time.
They are, and that's good. That's show that you're thinking a little bit. The coach may have said sometimes slow it down, vary it. We have a fast game, fast, accurate passes, but sometimes on the court the players have got to learn to recognise when is the time to throw it down. That was a lovely move there. Shooter decides to come out, creates the space for the goal attacker, who then can go into the circle. So that was a really good play by the Manchester Thunder. Varied it a little bit, which again makes the Mavericks defensive unit have to rethink.
Yeah, that was a bit more like what we saw from Manchester Thunder yesterday. Really quick, incisive play, almost one step ahead of the pass. But let's see if Saracen Mavericks can come back from it. They've shown character, they've shown bottle in that first quarter. Super pass, great grab. Can they finish it off? They certainly can,
yeah,
and that's a perfect response.
Lovely jump to meet the ball and really caught it and controlled it with the two hands. But you can see the Mavericks look to do that overhead pass into their shooter most of the time, which I know the Manchester Thunder will keep pressurising. They look to pass, which they are able to do so. Goal shooter really held the space very well there for the pass to go to her. Create the goal.
Well, Manchester Thunder hit back, and it could be a case of going toe for toe potentially.
You can see how hard the Manchester Thunder are defending. Everyone down there defending to put pressure on that centre pass, which makes it more and more difficult for the Mavericks to get the ball out. But that was a nice position from the goal shooter and a lovely feed from into her to get that goal into that space under the post.
Now, the question will be asked every time, can Saracen Mavericks get the turnover? But no, they can't this time around. Manchester Thunder go up the other end of the court and get a goal themselves. Well, fasten your seatbelts.
You can see the pressure, and the pressure's paid off now. They look to have to pass it back on their centre pass, the Mavericks, and Manchester Thunder were ready to make that interception. And the transition from defending and then suddenly turn to attacking is really excellent, which they did there. Transition, attacked their circle and got the goal. So Mavericks now need to try and think a little bit, not lose their heads, keep putting the pressure on as much. It slowed that feed down there, so makes the shooters have to think a bit, but she gets it in. That's really great shooting from Beth Adamson.
Yeah, it's really easy as an opposition to let this Manchester Thunder side really get on top of you. They've just got to try and maybe find a way of stifling this side.
Yeah. As you can see, we said they're trying to put that feed into the shooter. Goalkeeper was ready for that then, was rushed a little bit, and it wasn't high enough into the space behind the shooter for her to catch the ball. And goalkeeper did a great job to take the interception. And that's what you're looking for in the circle. Any bonus you can get for your team out of defence.
Well, at the moment for the Manchester Thunder, it's a bit like we saw yesterday, Jill. Everything's just going right for them, and when they get that bit of momentum, when they sniff that chance to really get on top of an opposition, they take it, don't they?
Yes, they've really settled into this combination now that they're playing, and started to think a little bit. They haven't played Mavericks before, so you've got to get used to your opposition and what they do, what they don't do. So it's a thinking game, and I think at the moment the Manchester Thunder are sort of thinking a little bit better about what to do down the court to get the goal. Oh, but a footwork given. And That's a shame, and it gives Thunder an easy opportunity, if you like, to look for another goal. But it's the pressure they put on. It's non-stop. Relentless is a great word. It's just relentless pressure all the time when they're defending, and assertive attacking when they've got the ball.
Yeah, no let up from Manchester Thunder as soon as they have the opportunity to really strike. They often go big.
And how quick there was the wing attack to really run on. She saw a loose ball, ran for it and thought, right, I'm going to get that. Really challenged for it and managed to pick it up for her team. Really good reactions there from the wing attack.
Well, there's an ambitious effort. I think if that had gone in, then they know that Manchester Thunder are well on their way.
I would have liked to have seen the defender, though, go up with the two hands to try and get the rebound. It may have helped her to just control the ball and not let Manchester Thunder get the possession back. So their centre pass goes back this time, and a lovely 1-2 from the centre to get the ball on the second phase. But goal shooter and goal attack from Manchester Thunder now really playing well as a partnership, aren't they? Getting the ball in there, rotating round that circle, creating space for each other and receiving the ball under the post.
Well, Saracens Mavericks, they just need a score just to get them sort of something, just a foothold back into this semi-final, something to really sort of latch on to.
Yes, I think the head's a little bit gone, maybe the confidence a little bit. And again, they started off so well, and it is about, can you maintain that level? You make a few errors, and psychologically it can affect you. That last pass was not accurate enough for her teammate to get it, and lost the possession again. Oh, but a rare error there from the Manchester Thunder. And let's see if Mavericks can make use of this possession.
Yeah, they're working it well at the moment, patient, but just the pressure, relentless defensive pressure from high up the court from Manchester Thunder is really stifling any attack from the Mavericks so far in this second quarter in particular. Good movement there.
Yeah, she did a nice dodge to get free. She's recognised that that's what she might need to do. She can't get the ball on the first run because her partner's tracking her all the way. So maybe I have to do a dodge. And that's learning, that's thinking, what do I do against this player to get free? So you have to adjust your game yourself when you're on the court. And a great shot. So confidence now from the shooting pair in that circle.
Well, that made it look so easy. That was an incredible shot. And the Manchester Thunder, well, they have got ice running through their veins.
Keep the heads still, keep the level that they're doing. They don't want to be making any errors, but they dealt with that second quarter really, really well, and have taken the lead now, 19 goals to 11.
Well, Manchester Thunder, 11 points in that second quarter. It's one of those quarters that we've seen many a time yesterday where they've really put their opposition to the sword, and Saracens Mavericks need a big turnaround now if they want to try and get a place in the final later on this afternoon. Well, Manchester Thunder at half-time leading by 19 points to 11 against Saracens Mavericks in the semi-final. So here we go then, half-time's been and gone. Both sides getting their final words across, coaches getting their points to their team. And Saracens Mavericks need a big turnaround if they want to try and reach this final. Manchester Thunder in that second quarter really put the Mavericks to the sword. They managed to score 11 points. And it's one of those quarters that we've seen yesterday where they just run away with it. And Manchester Thunder have the centre pass as well in this third quarter. So all the work, all the pressure now on the Mavericks to try and get this turnover.
Yeah, and if we looked at that first centre pass setup, the wing attack didn't come right up to the line. She hung back and then used a speed to sprint out and get the centre pass. And the centre drove down to the circle edge for the pass and into the shooters. Oh, and goal disallowed. So
bit of drama here early doors, but look at this from Thunder. No messing about.
How quickly they win it back. They lost possession. They didn't. The shot didn't count, but they won it back in that end third before Mavericks even had a chance to get their the ball down the court. The goalkeeper challenging every time, but it is difficult if the shooter is marking the space really well and the feed goes into the space behind her, but they'll challenge all the time and anything from them is a bonus that the defence can win. So contact there on that circle edge. As you can see, that centre feed is right down into the pocket on the circle edge to put the feed in.
Well, Manchester Thunder now just settling themselves down, although Mavericks trying to keep them toe for toe in this third quarter, but they're going to need a lot of work now still to get back into this. And the way the Manchester Thunder are playing, there is no let up. Although Saracens Mavericks are really putting a lot of pressure and a lot of effort to try and stop them.
They are, and they've got to do that. There's everything still to play for. Whatever the result, don't think about the result right now. Think about the performance and what the game plan is, what they know they do well. Be patient, be composed, and have confidence in your teammates. Unfortunately, that pass just wasn't in the right place for the player to receive it. And again, Thunder pounce on it and have the ball down the court and into the goal. That transition is so good from the Manchester Thunder.
Yeah, the confidence that this side are playing with, it's when they get going, there's no let up.
No, and we did say from the start, they've built on it throughout yesterday, built on the combinations, worked out what's worked, and now they're really using that knowledge. Forced another error, but the Mavericks can't afford to try and force it in there because it's just not going to work. They've got to be patient and build it up. Good to see they're still defending hard though, and that's won them the ball back.
Yeah, they're still trying to apply the pressure. They're trying to stop any more goals going in for the Thunder, but the Mavericks need to use it up at the other end and try and work something.
Yes, it's like when we say you have to change your game. First quarter, you're still sort of sussing each other out. What do you do? What don't they do? How do they feed the shooters? You're thinking about that all the time. That was a nice take from the shooter there. Really got off the ground to meet the ball.
Yeah, well claimed from the rebound. And now, Manchester Thunder, well, they're 10 points in front on the scoreboard, and Saracens Mavericks, every time that Thunder look to come forward, want to put the pressure and want to try and reclaim the ball.
Yeah, and when you see their defenders going for the ball, but they're going and reaching around the player, and that's always going to be a contact. So what you've really got to work on is getting your feet round and to try and get off the player a little bit and then try and go for the interception. But whenever you reach round the shooter, the umpire's going to give a contact, and then it's a penalty, pass or shot.
Oh, lovely work. Good space movement to try and open them up.
Oh, just lost that advantage there. So she did follow her shot well. She just said as before, a little bit of composure before she takes the shot, but she did follow that one up and get her own rebound, which was good to result in a goal. And we have to remember this level of play. These girls are only under 15. Some of them might only be 13 or 14 years of age. So to play at this level is great for the game and great for their future as netball players.
Yeah, the experiences they'll get playing in this competition against the opponents that they've been playing against, it'll only improve their performance, and especially for Manchester Thunder after a relatively comfortable day, to have a game against opposition who have really tried to take the game to them, even though Manchester Thunder have responded really well to that.
Yeah. But Mavericks are still there, still going for it, still keep working on it, putting the pressure on. If you can slow them down a little bit, it helps. If you can try and close down the space so the Thunder haven't got that space to run into, because they're very good with their running into space very assertively at speed. And then lovely accurate shooting from goal attack, Harriet Jones.
Yeah, you just see the confidence flowing through the goal shooters and goal attacks every time Manchester Thunder, and even now again they've got the turnover and they're prepared to go backwards and build from the back, which is a really good sign. It's the thinking about it, aren't they? All the time.
Yeah, all the time, and that happens. That was a penalty to the Mavericks. But what sometimes you look to do it quickly. A defender hangs off, so that the person throwing the ball thinks that their teammate's free to receive it, and they're watching and being very clever, and then come in and take this interception, which is what happened then. And Thunder once again have got an opportunity to score another goal. So a rare miss there from the Thunder shooters, but contact on that circle edge against the Mavericks. So it's just inside, penalty just inside. See there, so she gave a quick 1-2 to the centre, down in that deep in that pocket, and then ran again for the ball. Ball side, as we mentioned yesterday, so keeping in front of the defender so the pass can go in. And she turns and shoots.
Yeah, really nice composed play yet again from the Manchester Thunder, and at the moment they are still absolutely relentless, and they're looking for another double figure quarter, and they look like they're potentially going to get it as well. Oh, brilliant. Look at the pressure that she was put under.
She was, and she took the step back, if you notice, was able to take that step back, and still the shot went in. So great composure and control.
And now Manchester Thunder have really got their tails up at the moment, really putting all the pressure on.
That's a footwork given, so it'd be nice to see if Mavericks could finish this possession with a goal. I think that ball could go in a little bit higher into the space behind the goal shooter, so that the defenders don't have any chance of all to touch or put any pressure on that pass. So you can see what happens when they do try and rush it a little bit. Defenders, you draw your defender with you if the timing isn't right. Lovely attempt there by goalkeeper for Mavericks to try and get the ball.
But again, Manchester Thunder so clinical at the moment. Well, our clock has run down. But still time according to the judges and umpires. And there we go. That is the end of the third quarter. And it is Manchester Thunder who lead by 30 points to 17. So yet again, they get double figures in a quarter. This time they get 11 once again. So Manchester Thunder know they are 8 minutes away from securing a place in the final. They are well on their way to doing so with that 13-point margin And we'll find out if they can confirm that in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, the fourth and final quarter of this semi-final between Manchester Thunder and Saracens Mavericks. And as you can see on the score, the Thunder in control at the moment and looking to get straight off from the get-go. Oh, and they do just that inside 5 seconds. That is a relentless start to this fourth and final quarter. And we were just actually talking off air, Jill, before the start of this fourth quarter about how Manchester Thunder potentially will play this fourth and final quarter. Will they keep the same team? Will they make changes? What do you think?
Yeah, always difficult for a coach in this situation because you're 30 goals to 17 up. You're thinking, I know I've got a strong bench. Do I bring some different players on? Which can disrupt the rhythm a little bit. And you're trying to think about the final now and how you're going to play that. Do you need to bring some players on? You could get an injury in the final, so someone has to come on. Do you give them a go, or do you stick with them to really get that those combinations working and stick to it? It's a hard one for a coach, and it looks like at the moment the Manchester Thunder coach decided to stick with the same 7 on the court.
Well, another twist would be if she decides to stay with the team that got them to the final in the through the semi-final, of course, but that would be a lot of work and a lot of pressure put on those Manchester Thunder players who have been in a real game in this semi-final, more so than most of the games they had in those pool games yesterday. Saracens hitting back, which is good to see. Look, still trying to put the pressure on, still scoring those goals.
Yes, and it's good to see what you'd be saying to your Mavericks team now is don't give up, keep going for it, and there you look, you get a bonus. Now this is important now that you do something with it though, and because the transition of Thunder is so good to go back to defending from attacking quickly, but they're learning to deal with it, and that's really, really good from the Mavericks. Nice and composed down the court, working it down the court and into the shooter. They did really, really well after the pressure from Thunder.
Can they utilise the centre pass again? Space potentially opening up, good movement around. They still have the opportunity, the Mavericks.
Did well to hold on to that because she was under pressure and she got the goal.
So 20 up for the Saracens Mavericks, and Thunder will be just thinking that pressure's just being put on them, although there's 5.5 minutes remaining and they're still in the driving seat at the moment.
what Mavericks don't want. They don't want that the scoreline to go any further away, really. And I would be saying, we'll try and get a goal at least from our centre pass. You've always got, every other centre pass is yours, so you have possession of the ball. So let's play it around. Let's be patient before we try and feed it in. And that was good. And she had a lovely space there, the shooter, for the ball to go into her. So really nice composed, another centre pass from the Mavericks. And sometimes we say, don't we, we've got to go back to basics, just go back to doing the basics well.
Yeah, and in these positions, I know this is a semi-final, of course, with a place at the final at stake. But Saracens Mavericks will just want to be playing their own game. Let's see how many goals we can get. 4.5 minutes remaining.
And forced an error there, really, the Mavericks back on it and regain possession, which is really good to see. And lucky there, she did really well to try and keep that in the goal attack. Chase the ball till the bitter end to try and keep it on court for her team.
Yeah, very unfortunate, and Manchester Thunder, maybe a bit of that game management coming into play. Now you can see the Mavericks teammates geeing them on, keep the pressure up.
Well, they're really tracking their players, really trying to close down the options for the person with the ball. Really, you can force a high ball over arms, and that gives your teammate behind you a chance to get an interception. But results in a goal for the Thunder, but you know what? They had to work really hard to get that goal in that. Then, so the Mavericks did really well.
For me, that was one of the more impressive goals I've seen Thunder get, actually, because they were put under that pressure and they had to work for it. And it just shows that even if they do have to work, if it's not as easy as they're accustomed to, they still can get those goals.
Absolutely, and that's what you've got to keep doing. Keep working on what your coach has told you in the break, what she's asked you to work on. Focus on that. Don't worry about the score. Another goal goes in. So just keep trying to do and adjust your play a little bit if needs be. If you need to change direction. If you need to sprint. But when they've got the ball, just think you want it back, and we're going to make it as hard as possible for the Thunder to score a goal.
So 2.5 minutes then remaining, and Manchester Thunder have all but booked their place in the final, coming up at 3:10 later today. They'll play one of Surrey Storm or Leeds Rhinos. That's going on court number 2. The latest we got from that one, it was 11 points all at half time. So we'll of course try and see if we can bring you those scores from the other court as well, as we focus on this match in particular. Mavericks get the turnover.
Yeah, lovely defensive rebound. All important. The defenders get up there, keep practicing, go up to meet the ball, grab it with 2 hands and get control. And it'd be great if they could score a goal now for that. And this is going to result, great goal from that defensive rebound. So great play from the Mavericks.
Yeah, worked it from one end of the court to the other with really good play all round. And there we go. Saracens Mavericks get the turnover and themselves now looking to try and push forward.
And if they can come away and know they've reduced that deficit on the scoreline, they've had a good 4th quarter, and that's what you want to come away. Knowing, well, we went down a little bit, but we've kept at it. And luckily that the shooter was out of, there was a contact in the circle, so Thunder have got the ball back.
So just under then a minute remaining for Manchester Thunder. And now both sets of supporters, all supporters now watching this game as it's finished on court number 2, and they'll be seeing that Manchester Thunder are only just over 30 seconds away on our clock from gaining that semi-final spot, although Saracens Mavericks are fighting and pushing them all the way, and their finishing has been brilliant, actually.
Yeah, and it's a much better quarter for the Mavericks. If we look at the scoreline, it still hasn't, the deficit is the same, so it hasn't got any far apart. So it's actually an equal quarter if we'd started at 0-0. So really good to lift the game again from the Mavericks and keep putting the pressure on Manchester Thunder. It's not going in there as easily as it was in the earlier quarter.
Yeah, so the first quarter and the second quarter, and the final quarter, I should say, have been very, very close and have given Manchester Thunder something to think about going into the final.
I think Mavericks are timing the moves a little better. Oh, there we go.
So there we go, full time then in the final semi-final between Manchester Thunder and Saracens Mavericks, and it is Manchester Thunder who will go and compete against Surrey Storm in the final later on today. But a fantastic performance from Manchester Thunder, but Saracens Mavericks really pushed them all the way.
They pushed them all the way. In that last quarter, they only lost by 1 goal. And again, everything to play for in the third, fourth playoff for the Mavericks. So not all over yet. Not sure what's happened on the other court, but we shall see. But we'll see Mavericks in that third, fourth playoff later on.
So there we go then. Manchester Thunder have got through to the final later on today. That will be coming up at 3:10. You don't want to miss that one. Manchester Thunder, though, are through after beating Saracens Mavericks by 38 points to 24.
Naturally, players start with the technical tactical, and lower down the pathway, that's where we tend to introduce the idea of your physical development and your mental or performing well development.
You need to get to know your athletes, and when you know your athletes, then you know what works with them on an individual basis, because it's never a case of one size fits all. So, you know, whether that's because they're playing across different positions or whether it's because actually they're just different people, how you coach them or how you interpret things within the framework will be different.
It's really important as a coach to understand individual needs. Every individual is different in their training pathway and in their competition pathway. One athlete may be further ahead in a technical aspect, another athlete might not. So it's what support you can give them with the resources available to you.
Environment and culture is number one. You know, the athletes get that buy-in, know what's expected, and they can live by that culture.
So I tend to pose the question to them of, how do you want others to see you? If your parents are standing on the balcony watching, or somebody walked past and saw us training, what would you want them to think and how would you want them to describe us?
If the environment's not right, you're not getting the best outcome out of all of the girls. You want a performance environment, but you also want the girls to be able to enjoy it. They've got to be there challenging themselves to be better and challenging one another, just so that we're creating really strong individuals, but also the best team to go out and compete.
I feel like we've got a good balance in the team we've got at the moment. Like, we all know that we can work hard. We're all like a very competitive group that will like really push each other, but at the same time, I think we're all really enjoying it. So we're at a good place.
It's good competitive as well. It's not like, oh, I want to beat you. It's like, I want to beat you, but I'm gonna laugh about it after.
Yeah.
It's about saying to them, this is okay. This is a challenging environment. We will make you feel uncomfortable. You will make mistakes. That's okay. What we'd really like to see is that you're learning from those mistakes and you're turning them into positives.
At Rose's Academy level with one-to-ones, we sit and we give them an individual performance plan. At lower down in grassroots, this just may be a face-to-face at the end of training. You could just send them their strengths and things to work on for them and their parent, who's their main support, to help them with as they go through the season.
There's always pressure from parents that they perform, particularly if a parent's financially giving up quite a lot or their time and travel. They're expecting their daughters to play amazing netball every single time they're on that court, which is not healthy and it's not always going to happen.
They are trying to balance so many other things. It's about coaching the athlete, not the sport. So, you know, whether that be there are pinch points throughout the season when they're going to be doing exams, and actually May time is not the time to get really heavy with them with netball, because that's actually when a lot of them will sit exams. I think sometimes as well, working with adolescent females, it's like whether they have an argument with their boyfriend and then they come and you're like, oh gosh. But it's sometimes probably just being a bit more understanding that, you know, actually they're a person and there's all of these other things that contribute to who they are. And I think once you understand the person better, then you get better netball from them.
So welcome back everyone to Wolverhampton University, and it is the North East taking on Wasps. Our third game here on court number 1 after that semi-final between Manchester Thunder and Saracens Mavericks. And we're back to the 6-minute quarters, and the North East will be looking to try and carry on that form from yesterday that they picked up, and Wasps of course were in action on court number 2 if you got the chance to see the Wasps. So this should be another very intriguing game, and like these games with the 6-minute quarters, they just go so quickly, don't they?
Nice positive start there from Wasps, being clinical with the ball, working the ball, being patient.
North East looking to try and respond straight away.
I mean, this is an interesting one, obviously. Had the opportunity to speak to some of the coaches today, and obviously North East being one of the teams here representing their area but are not part of official franchise, and obviously all the benefits that come with that. But you know what, they have competed every game. I know they had a difficult game against Thunder yesterday, but take nothing from them. They're here and they've competed and contested every game. So these girls should be really proud of the way that they've achieved over this weekend. That's a great pick up there.
Yeah, the Netball North East have a really good relationship with Durham University. They train up at Durham as well, and I think quite right. I think they're going to be a team that really develops over the years, and we've seen Leeds Rhinos, of course, a new team here at this competition, and both sides have really actually put in good performances and shown what they're about.
Absolutely.
And here come the North East looking to try and get their first points.
So they'll be just looking, probably target-wise, they'll have targets for every game. I mean, that is a great shot, an absolute great shot. Swoosh through the net, under pressure, penalty, well done. And so capitalise, it's their centre pass now. And obviously what you're looking for when you turn the ball over and then it's your centre pass, you try and capitalise on that and make sure then you score off your centre pass. Nice use of the circle, nice triangle working that ball.
Not on this occasion then for the North East, but they're showing signs, and good pressure early on. That's a bit of a dangerous pass across court, but they still putting the pressure on North East. Wasps still trying to work it up the other end of the court, and they do so patiently and movement around the court.
And there the goal defence and the goalkeeper were just trying to anticipate where that next ball was going to go. Unfortunate to pick up the contact call, but looking to try and anticipate and break down what they think is going to be the next pass, which was likely to go into that shooter. So it's good to see that they're working together again as units, as we talked about before, that the defensive team are working in units rather than, singularly.
Oh, yeah. Shot from distance, it just falls just to the right, and the rebound was picked up, and Wasps still trying to put the pressure on. And that's the fourth. Brilliant from the Wasps.
Okay, let's see if North East can keep the pressure on and score. It's nice movement there. Again, you probably wanted that ball to go into circle into the player just a little bit further away to keep the defender off them. Again, ball placement is so key here. Recognising where the defender is in relation to the player and putting that ball hopefully where the defender can't get to it. So again, another turnover from North East. See if they can capitalise on that. Again, ball placement, putting the ball into the space away from the defender.
Yeah.
Really need to try and do that a bit more effectively.
Yeah, neither team just keeping on to the ball at the moment for a lengthy period of time, and Wasps looking to try and capitalise on that turnover, and they do just that as well. So that's the 5-1 lead, and all of a sudden again they have the centre pass, so they can try and build on that. It's incredible how a game can suddenly sort of change from only 4-1 to now potentially even 6-1 almost in the space of 20 seconds.
And that's again about momentum, again, if North East had scored off that would have been 4-2, as opposed to now, as you say, Brad, it's now 6-1. In 6-minute quarters, stay in contention, they really need to get a couple more goals on the board before this first quarter wraps up.
Well, North East, of course, coming into this one after those back-to-back losses against Manchester Thunder and Severn Stars yesterday. So I don't know if that's having any effect on the North East performance this morning.
I think Wasps have already played this morning. I think it's this North East's first game. You can always find you can be a little bit jittery on your first game, but it's also your second day of full netball. So legs can be a little bit tired, fatigued, that kind of thing. And sometimes that first game just gets the cobwebs out of the way, so to speak. So, Wasps already had a game this morning. Sometimes psychologically that can make a difference. So,
even regardless
that's great
of the
work
result.
there from the defence, confusing the space. Wasp centre court player thinking the ball could go into that space there, but the defence peeling off and confusing the space. That was really good work. Let's see if they can capitalise on that good work off the defence. That's a great ball. Well seen there from the wing attack.
You could really see it, couldn't you? Just
Absolutely.
going through those Wasp defence.
But we've got to take these chances, North East. You've got to take them. With the last probably 10 seconds or so left on the clock, if I was North East, I'd be just trying. Oh, no. Is that time, is it? What I was going to say was that you're obviously trying to sustain and try and stop that next goal from going in, but the score is what it is, so.
Well, there we go. Wasps leading by 6 points to 1. It could have all been so different for the North East, but they've now got plenty of work to do now going into the second quarter. So, after the first quarter, it is the Wasps who lead by 6 points to 1. Well, the Wasps are ready to go. Buzzing after that opening first quarter. And North East will try to respond. But the Wasps, straight from the get-go, that's the intensity of what they're playing at the moment, isn't it, Dion?
That's a great ball. Well seen there from the centre. Lovely positioning and hold from the goal shooter. But importantly, ball placement, ball into the space away from the defender. Great start.
Straight away, it's just that high intensity. We've talked about in the opening game just almost being at one pass ahead. They just seem to know what they're doing. The movement between the goal shoot and the goal attack's been great so far and clinical.
Yeah. And I think, it all comes down to, again, I think what the coach from North East was saying is obviously she may not have had as much time with these players as potentially some of the franchise has. And, particularly when it comes to games like this, that can make a difference. But, you know, let's take nothing away. Wasps are being very clinical today and being really sharp in what they're doing. But again, North East I don't think the scoreline just reflect, you know, how close this game actually is mid-court. You know, North East again here now are getting opportunities. They just need to take them. That's great transition down court. Again, that last ball in.
Yeah, it just seemed a little bit rushed and a bit of a hopeless ball, but fortunate having to have the turnover, and Wasps are just swarming all over him at the moment.
Yes.
Good pressure though from North East in the
absolutely.
defence. That's what you want to see, isn't it? You know, as a coach, even though you might be behind in the score rate, you're still putting that pressure in,
Absolutely working hard. You know, obviously trying to stifle the attack. You know, trying to reduce man. And again, the defence getting their hands to ball there, making it really difficult for the shooters to just take that ball, and that's what you want. Defensive unit talking to each other, communicating to each other, really, really important elements of the game. What I would say is here is actually the goalkeeper and the goal defenders do need to make them just shoot the ball. We don't want to be giving away those penalties, and when they do, in that case there, they get the ball, they get the turnover. So well done. Let's see if we can convert.
Just all about building blocks now. Let's see if they can use their spell of possession, but there we go. Wasps hit back straight away. And so ruthless, aren't they, the Wasps? As soon as they get the chance to get the ball back.
Yeah, right. I think that's been a difference in the games that certainly I've seen today. You know, it's those teams that when they turn the ball, they capitalise and they're clinical with it. You know, a lot of these games, mid-court wise, you know, both teams are there or thereabouts, but it's when the ball's turned over, which of those teams can actually then take it to goal and then score. So again, another turnover from North East, and having possession, can they do anything with it? That's better.
That was really lovely movement from the North East. Lovely transition, and they deserve that. They've really kept their heads up and tried to play some really nice stuff. It's just the Wasps have been absolutely relentless.
I mean, actually, in that case, what the goal attack did there for North East, actually she delayed her entry into the circle. And so actually it left trying to leave the goal shooter and the goalkeeper in a one-on-one situation. So by coming in late, pulling off the other defender, opening up the space. So that worked really, really well. Let's see if they can see more of that. But again, when Wasp being clinical, another goal underneath the post. Well done.
Again, that was sort of a bit of a nothing pass really into the middle. They managed to still work something though, North East.
Again, there's that one-on-one again. The goal attack feeds and the goal shooter from outside the circle. You know, actually, the goal shooter from North East has got a slight height advantage. And maybe that one-on-one situation that she can use that to her advantage. So another ball in off that same set movement where the goal attack feeds and the shooter from outside the circle has worked well for them. Oh, it looks like a substitution here for Wasps, an injury.
Yeah, the wing attack. It was Daisy Porter who's making way off the court. We'll hope she has a speedy recovery.
Again, goalkeeper and the goal defence need to make Wasps shoot those goals. Don't want to be giving away penalty shots on goal. Really important we get our distance, be disciplined when we're marking shooters. You know, we're defending shooters, make them shoot the ball. Nice hands there from the wing defence. An opportunity to reset up and defend again. Oh, great hands again from North East defence.
Yeah, really well done from the Northeast. Can they just hold out?
There we go again. And they're getting opportunities. They're turning so much ball in this game.
Well, that brings an end to the second quarter now, and London Wasps just carry on from where they left off. They lead by 11 points to 3, although signs in this Northeast side of trying to get back into this, trying to work things, trying to get some attacking phases up the other end of the court. So there's still maybe a bit of time for the Northeast to try and get back into this one with 2 quarters remaining. But the half-time break, it is the Wasps who lead by 11 points to 3. So here we go then, just about to get back underway between the Northeast and Wasps. And here's the Wasps who currently lead by 11 points to 3 going into the third quarter. And at that interval, what would you have said to the girls in terms of the Northeast? Wanted to get back into this. How would they go about it?
Again, it was kind of what I was saying before. There we go. They are getting opportunities. They are doing some fantastic work against Wasps. They are turning the ball, but they just need to capitalise off those opportunities. And I think that has been the difference. You know, they probably turned the ball probably a little bit more than Wasps. I haven't got the stats here, but they probably have. But Wasps have just been more clinical with the ball. So let's see what North East can do here with their centre pass.
Yeah, they couldn't utilise it, and now the Wasps had the chance to try and get up the other end of the court.
But again, unfortunately, that was North East centre pass, and haven't been able to make a shooting opportunity out of that, so that's disappointing. And Wasps absolutely clinically are punishing them for it. So and it's now their centre pass. Better work on the centre pass by North East, shutting down the options of that centre pass. Wasps having to go back in the end to find an option, but the goal shooters are shooting. Actually, I've obviously jinxed her there, but have been shooting very well and being very clinical for Wasps.
How do you go about working at the centre pass? As a coach, what do you sort of look at, and what's the sort of intricacies and the details you go into?
I mean, some obviously clubs have different sets. Some might have like set scenarios or set ways that they'll come out, or it might be that some will commit one player only into the centre pass, thinking about that second phase of the centre pass, that there's an available option. Again, and it's looking at, it's really about making sure that you're giving the confidence to the centre that she knows when that whistle goes, there's going to be at least one clear option for her. And it is the absolute worst thing when you're a centre, when you're literally got 8 players crowding around you and you actually can't see one option out of it. So it's just being really clinical. And if you're going for that ball, going for that centre pass, go for it. There you go. Another tip there from the North East. Another penalty though.
Well, that was really nicely worked in the end. Some really clever passing from the Wasps. And now's the chance for the North East. They haven't been able to get a goal in this third quarter. This is their time to try and do so. But again, they give it away.
Again, it's just about, it was right to put it back if they needed to reset, but it was just where the ball was in relation to the defender. But again, there, able to take that ball to goal. Lovely setup and positioning from the goal shooter. And to first, she has been there offering, but it is about trying to get that ball to circulate, to be able to see that option and give her that ball.
Space opened up, and it's clinical
nice
finishing
shot
from
the goal
Wasps.
attack.
But that all came about, it felt like, from the movement from that goal shooter and goal attack, opening up the space for
Absolutely.
each other. And sometimes people forget that movement off the ball is so crucial, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's not about just creating space for you, but it's also about what we talk about, trying to split the defence, try and make the defence make a decision, which by ultimately means that the space will open up for you. Sometimes you find that our shooters can be too static or both moving but doing the same thing. You want them to be doing something that counteracts what the defence are trying to do and trying to achieve. You see again, what you see Wasps trying to do on that centre pass is they're usually only committing that one player off that centre pass. I mean, they've got a clear option for the second phase of the centre pass. That's what they like to do, and it seems to be working quite well for them. So they're able to get that ball to post in probably 2 or 3 passes. Again, it's that long pass again, trying to get over the top of defenders. Isn't working there for them. They really need to go back to probably making that movement, doing that pre-work off the ball and coming towards the player.
Well, that was a bit better from the North East, from transitioning from one end of the court to the other, and a confident finish as well.
Yeah, a lovely shot from the goal shooter. Great positioning again, asking for the ball. Away from the defender into the space. Lovely strong hold as well. That goalkeeper is quite rangy. And it was a lovely ball again into placement. Again, a lovely shot from the goal shooter there from Wasps. They're playing some really good netball.
Yeah, they really are. They're putting the North East to the sword at the moment. They're counteracting, intercepting everything at the moment. And it's almost, it must be difficult when you're up against an opposition that's just as ruthless and relentless as this. How do you counteract that?
I think the only thing you can do is about making sure that when you've got the ball, you keep possession and you score. And I think that's it, especially when you know that if you lose the ball, your opposition are being clinical with it and are punishing you for that. You've got to keep the ball. So again, another turnover from North East. What can they do with it? They are getting opportunities in this game. looked to do the same pass again into the goal shooter, but actually the placement of the ball probably wasn't there. And actually the goalkeeper moved her feet, anticipating that ball coming in again the same way it did before, to actually try to do something a little bit different. So that was actually really good from the goalkeeper, recognising that and trying to counteract that.
Well, at the end of the third quarter then, the Wasps are just carrying on from where they left off. They are well on their way towards another victory here at the Under-15s Netball Performance Competition. So one more quarter left for you to bring from this one, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments' time. So the fourth and final quarter then, and Wasps, well, are looking to try and get the first goal of this final quarter. At second attempt they do just that, and it's been an interesting game really, in a sense that we were just talking off there about the North East, and it's not like it's been a total, from the scores point of view, it has been a walkover, but the North East have just taken their chances. They could have been well in this.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, they have turned a lot of ball. They've done a lot of work. They've created. They've made Wasps make errors. They just haven't capitalised on those opportunities. And I can't even say it's actually due to shooting. Actually, sometimes it's not even that they've got the ball to goal, to the shooters. So, you know, if I was the coach, that'd be the kind of thing that I'd be looking at improving. If, you know, probably at this stage of the tournament, it'd be looking at, you know, each game and what the target is for the next game. It will be about, for me, certainly, trying to get, when we turn that ball over, taking that ball to goal.
So the Wasps carry on that relentless pressure on the scoreboard in particular, but going into this final quarter for the North East, they know they won't be getting the victory, but they can still come out of this game with pride and trying to get as many goals as possible, work on maybe new tactics.
But you see there again, great spirit from the North East. The ball that went to the player, that's a great shot, goal shooter. Didn't get there, but you know, again, that grit and determination to get that ball back, to fight for it and get that ball back, has got them a goal. Excellent. But again, Wasps being clinical as always, they respond with another goal.
Good movement from North East though, down that far side of the court, and it's just opened up a bit of an angle here.
Here we go.
Brilliant from the North East.
It's better.
If they can do that every time,
Absolutely.
They won't be too far behind.
Absolutely. And I think that goal shooter has been there, but it has been about getting that ball to circle edge so they can see her. And I think that's where it's been breaking down, unfortunately. So if they can actually be a bit more clinical in the mid-court and get that ball to circle edge, that goal shooter is making herself available. So
Yeah, the communication between the goal shooter and attack for the Wasps has been exemplary, really, hasn't it? It's really worked well.
Again, it's been this second phase of centre pass where they've really struggled, but again, when they get there, they get that ball, that second pass at the centre pass to the circle edge or thereabouts. That goal shooter, she has been there. Well done.
Well, of course, Wasps are based in the Midlands, of course. And Dion, I know you do a lot of work around the Birmingham area in terms of coaching, and I believe you do a little bit of work as well for Wasps as well. So how's that come along?
Yeah, so I'm the assistant, one of the assistants at the Birmingham Academy Hub for Wasps, working at this age group. So, you know, for me, it's great working with players of this age group. You know, really want to learn, keen, eager to learn, and obviously at this you know, part of the pathway, great athletes as well. So it's as a coach, what else you can bring to the table to them about, you know, that technical element, but actually that team play as well. So.
And then how about netball in Birmingham? We actually spoke a bit to Pauline yesterday about how it's really grown. There's so many clubs for people to join and take part. It's just growing and growing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've been lucky in Birmingham that it's been a big sport for us for a number of years. I mean, I think if not, we have one of the biggest leagues in the country. That's currently now based out of the University of Birmingham. But yeah, very, very lucky here to have colleagues like Pauline and others that really do a great job keeping netball going here in Birmingham.
And at the moment, it's your side that are doing all the talking in this one in particular.
Great tip there from the goalkeeper. Another tip there again. Defence working really, really hard. There we go. Let's see if we can make an opportunity out of it again. What we really want to see is somebody coming forward and asking for the ball. Give an easy option. We've turned the ball over. We're going from defending to attacking. It takes time to reposition. Just give players opportunity to do that. And we haven't rewarded the defence for their hard work, unfortunately. And Wasps punish North East as a result.
It must be quite demoralising and frustrating, especially as a defensive player, that you put all that hard work in and you just can't seem to even not concede the goal. I mean, you just got to keep going, haven't you? And just hope that your
you do. Speaking as a defender, you know, we know it can be difficult, but I think certainly as a defender point of view, you'd want to be at least seeing it get into at least a goal scoring opportunity, and I think as a coach as well, you'd want to be seeing that. Because it's a lot of hard work defending and turning the ball for nothing, and you have to go back on the defence again when you give that ball away. But again, Wasps goal shooter at punishing North East on another turnover.
So turnover now for the North East.
Yeah, good defensive work on the line there for the centre pass. Okay, electing maybe because of the goal shooter, maybe a bit more height maybe on that for the rebound, as elected to put that down against goal attack, and she takes it and scores. Well done.
So the Wasps have come out on top against the North East by 26 points to 10, even though the scoreline reflects a pretty comfortable win for the Wasps. North East, well, they've had their chances, they worked really hard defensively, and it could have been a closer game, and it's credit to the North East that they still battled, they still worked to try and make this a competitive game as possible. But as you can see from the full-time score, it is the Wasps who have run out winners. Well, we will be having a bit of an extended break now until we are back in action on courts number 1 and 2. So let's just having a look at the schedule ahead. So our next game will be at 12:30 on court number 1, which will see Loughborough Lightning taking on Team Bath. That'll be coming up next here on court 1, and that'll be getting underway at 12:30. So we just do have a bit of an extended break now, but do join us at 12:30 for that one. We'll see you then.
Putting on the red dress is...
God, it's amazing.
Pride.
It's just, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, it's just a really special moment.
Pride is definitely the one that stands strong.
Women's sport's so exciting.
There's definitely a lot of hard work put in that you don't get to see, but I love that. I like working hard, training hard.
The Roses Development Framework is an age-stage development process for girls from grassroots all the way up to senior level.
Ultimately, we're trying to create an oversupply of athletes challenging for places all the way through the pathway.
There's always going to be new girls coming through, and we want to create a legacy for this team.
As a coach, the framework will help in many ways. It will allow us to all be doing the same thing, so singing off the same hymn sheet. It also links into the What It Takes to Win document that we work in higher up the academy, and it just allows people to have that little bit more confidence in what they're delivering.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my coaches. Like, the coaches here are amazing, and they developed me so much.
It's not about telling, it's about actually, you know, at the different age and stage, about eliciting different experiences by using different questions and different styles of delivering sessions or tactics or techniques.
The technical side, obviously, is what they're doing on the court.
We want them to have a tactical intellect that suits the way and style that we play. Physical competence is absolutely essential, so you know, the way they play at the World Cup is absolutely something that we wanted them to do on a training basis. And from my point of view as well, their behaviours, and a lot of that is to do with off-court behaviours as well as on-court behaviours.
I think we've got a really great bunch of girls, and you know, we set a lot of principles for what we want for this squad.
It's about understanding the human, but also some of what they're possibly going to start to experience as they go through their own journey.
So welcome back after our extended break here at Wolverhampton University. We are just about ready to go once again, and this time we're going to see Loughborough Lightning take on Team Bath. Both of these sides having mixed fortunes this weekend, and I'm sure they'd love to come out on top in this one and go home with a victory to their name. Well, you're joined by myself, Bradley Hope, and to the left of me I have Jill Hogan for this one, as Loughborough Lightning tried to get off to the start from the centre pass, and Team Bath, well, they're looking for a win, and that's the perfect way to try and go about it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I've just been speaking to Alex, the Loughborough head coach for this competition, and she's been pleased with some of the defensive efforts of the Loughborough team, and they did put pressure on there to try and win the ball back, although Bath at the moment have got possession for this first centre pass.
Yeah, patient build-up since intercepting the centre pass, and well, it'll be a good start for them, just to give them a bit of confidence for the rest of the opening quarter. Oh, and they just can't seem to get it in at the moment. There we go, the third attempt, and that'll really sort of settle them down, won't it, when they're looking. It must be a real burden. It was back in their mind when they're thinking that they really would love to get a victory this weekend, and that'll just give them a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, I think so. And what both teams are doing now, trying to learn from yesterday, and the coaches are given things, maybe one specific thing to work on that they can put into the game and take away into this next match, and see if they can bring it onto the court, because it's very easy to practice things in training and you think the players have cottoned onto it, but then in a match scenario it doesn't always work that way. So they'll be anxious to see the players put it into practice in this competition environment.
Well, Lightning looking to hit back straight away, and they have done, but Team Bath will get the opportunity now. What was the reason behind that then, Jill? Why were they able to move forward in that third?
They were just more created some space. There was space down the court to pass the ball into, and players were timing the moves. Unfortunately, it didn't result in a goal, but they got it down at least towards the circle to do that. You've just got to keep moving for each other, your teammate, when you're attacking, everyone from the goalkeeper down the court all the way down to build up, use all the space on the court and work off each other. Don't go in the same space. Watch the player in front, where is she going, and then you watch her and fill into another space. It's a bit frantic at the moment, this first part of this quarter, I think. Both again, teams getting the feel of each other, just sussing each other out, what the tactics might be.
Yeah, Loughborough, after going 2 down in the opening minute, are back to 3-2, and the goal shooter there for Loughborough Lightning, Robinson, did really well. I should say, sorry, Lily Smith doing really well.
That was really good defensive pressure there for the goal defence. She got her arms over the ball, forced the ball to go high, and then was able to actually connect with it and get the interception. Ball went out, but she challenged for it, and Loughborough got the possession. Oh, unfortunately there, they've lost possession there. And this is the thing, when you turn it over, you've really got to do something with it, and it can be panicky a little bit, win the ball and then try and get rid of it too quickly before your team's had chance to transition from being defenders to then become attackers. That's a nice shot there from the goal.
Yeah, nicely done from Team Bath. That's what they would have wanted after having that lead and then finding themselves 3-2 down. They're back to 3 apiece thanks to the goal shooter Robinson, but then look at Loughborough hitting back straight away. Lily Smith.
And that's what's important to do. As soon as the other team have scored a goal, you want to get out there and respond straight away. Now, really get back in there, respond back, so that they're not getting too confident and with their play. So straight away, quick answer is really important.
Team Bath looking for a quick response of their own, but brilliant work from the goal defence for Loughborough.
Yes, and that's one of the examples where Alex, their coach, was saying she was pleased with the circle defenders. They've been able to turn the ball over quite a lot, and now it's a case of get it in there and getting a goal from it. But that was a nice move. She just fooled the defender, did a little cut back, Lily, to the post and scored the goal.
Well, for the first time in this quarter and in this game, Loughborough have that 2-point advantage now. So, and with the possession, they would want to try and see if they can extend that going into the final minute of this first quarter.
What we don't want to do, though, is risk shots that they're a bit 50-50 whether they might go in or not. You do want shooters and goal attacks to look to the post, but to make the decision, do I take the shot yet, or do I try? We do play it round the circle edge, back out, come back in and work it nearer the post. It's always a better option because there's less pressure on the shot. But saying that, if it'd gone in, it would have been a fantastic goal. So.
It's those fine margins, isn't it? It really is.
So if you feel confident, put it up and have a go. I'd never say don't, but just sometimes have to have a think. Now, you would like the defence to have got that rebound. I mean, the goal shooter did well, followed it up to try and get it back. But if the defenders are in the right position, they can take a clean rebound. Not sure what happened there to get the ball back. And that, both players there contesting for that rebound. Goal attack came out on top, although goal defence did get a hands on it as well. So important to challenge for that.
Well, there we go. Team Bath just get that final goal before the end of that first quarter, and it only just reduces that advantage to 1 for Loughborough Lining. How vital that could be in the context for the start of this second quarter. Well, myself and Jill will be back for that second quarter in a couple of minutes' time. So back underway in this second quarter. And Team Bath with that late goal just before the whistle. That could really just give them a bit of a sort of a momentum shift, couldn't it, going into the second quarter?
It was, but how quick when they lost the ball did the Bath goalkeeper really run and pounce on that ball to still get the ball back for her team. And that's down to her doing that her team have now scored, because they had lost possession initially. So can Loughborough now respond with a... So forcing it in, you just have to be very, very careful that you don't rush it and force it in. There is a time to sometimes slow it down, but it's worked. They've responded. Goal each in this second quarter.
Yeah, you saw the Team Bath coach actually at the end of the first quarter. Very animated, wasn't she? Really trying to get a point across.
Yeah, really pleased to see a team really going for it. They haven't had some of the best results, so she'll want them to really feel that they can do this and motivate them to go for it. There's a good pressure from Loughborough there. Now, this is where you don't want to throw it away and you can rush. As you get quicker and quicker down the court, that was a lovely move from Lily Smith, the goal shooter, into that space towards the post. The timing was excellent. and the goal went in. That was really good timing.
So potentially important period in this second quarter for Loughborough. Can they go 3 ahead? Oh, they certainly can. And in the blink of an eye, when you just think the Team Bath were getting into this and they'd got back to all square, it's suddenly 8-5, and that is the game of netball that can just suddenly just change in an instant. Here we go again, Team Bath, and they
that was a nice
away.
time run as well then from their goal shooter. So a similar move, she timed it and then ran towards the post, and the feeder held on till it was the right time to give it. It's just that rush pass sometimes when it goes wrong, which is an example there. Don't rush it, know when to take that extra second to make the decision or to let your team adjust on the court. It's not always has to go at 1 second speed all the time. Always got 3 seconds to pass the ball, make that decision. So the shooter pops out, which was nice, gives it out and asks for it back. Right, so that is a nice defensive rebound from Loughborough. Now set it up. Oh, that was a shame that went wrong, because she did look around and initially there wasn't anyone there to pass to. But then her teammate was coming down the side there, and it was just the pass really that let her down.
It's only 2 points in it. Team Bath looking to try and get to only 1 point.
So both of these teams, they haven't had the results that they would have wanted potentially over the tournament. So they're both looking to really go for it and get that win, perform well and end up with a win. So you can see they're really battling for it.
Yeah, real grudge match going on and around the scoring zone. And well worked in the end for Team Bath, and look at this, they have now the centre pass. And again, from Loughborough's point of view, they had that 3-point advantage. It looks like it's going to be wiped out. Oh, and maybe a bit of miscommunication there. That's where that communication between the goal shooter and attacker is so important.
No, so Loughborough now have a chance to get the ball down the court and to create a shooting opportunity for their team. They want to try and come towards the ball, get ball side if they can, don't run behind. That was a nice move if you were watching the wing defence then. She cut round the front of her player to come for the ball. That's drive through for the centre, getting ball side. So when we say ball side, we don't want a defensive player, in between the receiver and the thrower. Again, another rushed pass into the circle, which didn't need to happen. Just be patient. The shooters and goal attack will get free for you, or look for a backup pass until they're available. So the momentum of winning the ball back can very often then mean when you win it back, you're still going at the same momentum instead of a little bit of patience. So that was better. She's got onto the circle edge. And shooter has drawn a contact from the keeper, pass or shot, and the goal goes in. So good recovery from Loughborough there.
Yeah, they work it well in the end. They had to really work for it then, and now opportunity to again get into that 3-point position. Loughborough have had a real mixed affairs here at the Wolverhampton University.
Yeah, just be patient now, that's right. So a nice run round the front from the goal attack. So one player around the front, the shooter in the back space, takes a nice ball and puts the shot in. So it's important that those shooters and goal attacks keep rotating in that space in the circle. Oh, lovely interception from the goal defence. And she got a composure before she threw it, which is why then she was able to make that accurate pass. It'd be great to get a goal for her now.
Yeah, Tabitha Toombs for Loughborough Lightning. And that all came around from that goal defence. And you quite rightly say there, Jill, I think that is all down to Tabitha Toombs, wasn't it?
Absolutely, and now it's Loughborough's centre pass, so a chance to go one. Fortunately, just ran out of time.
Well, they did, but Loughborough will be very pleased with that second quarter. They have really striked when it mattered, and they now have a 4-point advantage going into half-time in a game which looked like it was going to be really nip and tuck. So it'll be interesting to see what the coaches will get across the players, what the players will be thinking, and how they're going to use it in that third quarter. Well, myself and Joe will be back in just a couple of minutes' time. So here we go, third quarter then. Loughborough Lightning taking on Team Bath, and just at the back end of that second quarter for Loughborough, they just slightly pulled ahead, and Team Bath will want to try and start this third quarter strong, and they've certainly got the impetus now to see if they can do that. Still with the opportunity for Team Bath, and they get it, and that could just set the tone hopefully for themselves for the rest of this quarter. And Lightning not messing about at all, looking to try and almost at 100 miles an hour get to the scoring range. Oh, beautiful from the Loughborough Lightning goal shooter Lily Smith. And what a start to this third quarter. Almost just played at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, they're still both going for it. Both got everything to play for, nothing to lose. The pressure actually should be off a little bit. That lucky really to keep hold of that, because it wasn't particularly accurate pass going in. I really would want to see the Loughborough defence getting up there to get those rebounds, because that's two offensive rebounds that Bath have got after the first initial missed shot. So we're looking for them to only give them one chance, I say, and then get the rebound. That's a lovely space though there, a nice weighted pass into the goal shooter, and she could catch the ball and land into the space behind her under the post. And that's what you would want. Good arms again by the defence. They're putting pressure, stopping the flow of Bath down to the court, which is what you want to do. And it's forced an error. And Loughborough win the ball.
So an attack and defence. Loughborough, just in this last phase of play, have done brilliantly, and they look to try and, again, be patient, which is good from Loughborough. They're trying to use all the seconds they can when they receive the ball and look for an option.
And some good decisions there by the Loughborough players that coming down the court. It wasn't as fast as it could have been, but they waited for players to be available and made the right decision. It's resulted in a lovely goal again.
Yeah, really nicely worked from Loughborough Lightning. Just a bit more composed on the ball, just thinking about the next pass, waiting for that movement to come. Brilliant take from the goal attacker for Lightning. Oh, it's a Gabby Woods, brilliant.
Lucky pass, really, in a way. Yes, you could do it there, but against a defender from Manchester Thunder, that would never have worked. It was just a long way out, but we'll let you get away with one or two of those long, if you can see it going in and you know it's going to get there. So that was the defensive rebound we're talking about. Be ready, be in the right position. If they miss a shot, get the ball. Oh, that's a shame. I don't know if it was footwork or 3 seconds there, because it was a lovely rebound initially. But Bath were able to get it back and score the goal.
Yeah, the goal attack, Ella Williams, doing well. Composed. Now, mind, of course, you're not aware, these are 6-minute quarters, so they do fly by. You've got sort of no time to really settle into any of the quarters in particular. Oh, that was super from Gabby Woods.
Yes, nice confident shot, wasn't it? She could see from the beginning she was going to put it up. And also she had a shooter who was under the post, just in case, who could challenge for the rebound as well. So, and you do want to make those shots sometime. So, well done.
Yeah, with those ones, you've got to be fully committed, haven't you? You can't. Yeah. There's no half-heartedness going in for those shots from distance.
And you do practice them from a little far out. It's the ones under the post you're expected that you should be getting in. But those ones as well, you practice them. If you're confident to do it, believe in yourself and put the shot up. Well, that was nice. Shooter's come out this time, you could see, and the goal attack is playing in the back space. She run forwards, and then the shooter went in the back. She didn't catch it, but it was the right idea. Goalkeeper picks it up though, good, puts the goal in.
Well, Loughborough Lightning move into a 17-10 lead now. Bath want to just try and get the next goal or two, just to give them something to hold on to. They don't want to let this game get away from them. They've actually played really well and played their part in a really close game up until now.
Loughborough still putting the pressure on though, not letting Bath have an easy ride down into that circle. So they're moving it round the circle edge, create the opening, and then the shooter. Now when she steps in like that, the defender doesn't have to be 3 feet away, so it is harder to shoot if you step in and the defender's right in front of you. Good split landing from the goal attack though, and she uses her back foot, the foot nearest the post, to take her towards the post as her landing foot.
Yeah, Team Bath trying to finish this third quarter strongly, and if they can just reduce it to 5, they've got something to work on. But brilliant work again from Loughborough Lightning, the goal defence. Tabitha Toombs in amongst all that as well.
And they don't need to rush. You've still got 9 seconds. You can make it. Now we've got to get it in then. The shooter there, lovely position from the shooter, as you could see with that space. Oh, that's a shame. Just I think that we just missed out on the timing, but it was a really good play into the shooter.
Well, Loughborough still have the strong advantage going into the fourth and final quarter. They lead by 17 points to 11 and are well on course to record another victory here at Wolverhampton University. So here we go then, the final 6 minutes here between Loughborough Lightning and Team Bath. And, well, Jill, you made a good point that Team Bath, they still believe, don't they? Before they came out, they were cheering themselves on and geeing them up.
Yeah, and you've got to still believe. You've got to listen to what your coach has said in the break and go for it. As I said earlier, you've got absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. So they go all out in these last 6 minutes. Not very long. Clock goes down quickly, so they do need a good start. Defence have been awesome in that circle, haven't they, for Loughborough? They've really worked hard and got some lovely interceptions and read the game very well.
Yeah, I was about to say, they've really, really played well, the Loughborough defence, and for all the encouragement that the coaches and everyone's trying to give for Team Bath to really try and attack and get this first win. It's hard when Loughborough are defending so well and then being clinical in attack, as we can see there as well.
Yeah, as a defence, there's no better feeling than taking a lovely interception when you've marked your player and read the play and take the interception. And for your team to then score from that, it's really well worth it. I feel you're really part of it all.
You are almost a bit of an unsung hero, aren't you, really, when you're playing defence in netball, yeah, because you obviously focus a lot on the shooting stats and the goal scorers and goal attackers, but you know, a lot of that work and the reason for these big scores a lot of the time is because of the goal defence and the goalkeeper's high work.
Absolutely, and if you think a team, you get every other centre pass, so if there's no defending and everyone was scoring all the time, then nobody would win a game. But you know, it's important to remember that all the way down the court, as soon as your team hasn't got the ball, you're all defending. So all the way down, you're all defending from, if the shooter misses a shot, then you defend back all the way down the court. And it's that transition that we've seen in the other games that's really important, from attack to defence or from defence to attack, that really makes a difference.
So Loughborough Lightning well on course at the moment for victory. Team Bath still not giving up, and the goal shooter for Team Bath, Robinson, has had a equally really good game, and she's trying to get herself into good positions on an audacious effort from distance.
Yeah, I think she felt she had to do that and just have a go. Goalkeeper, however, was under the post ready for the rebound for Loughborough, which is what she's doing for most of the match. She's done really well.
Yeah, Loughborough have just been really alert, haven't they, all the time?
Yeah. What we don't want then is like an error there. We want to, if our goalkeeper has got the rebound, let's get her another goal. Well, you just don't. You don't want to really work so hard for it and then give the team back to the opposition so they get another chance. Give the ball back so they get another chance. So, but they've scored from it. They've taken that chance. Bath have. So Loughborough centre pass. That's a nice drive down into that pocket there, and the feed into the shooter. Nice quick centre pass and quick goal for Loughborough.
Yeah, brilliant move down the court. It just seems so smooth all the way there, and a lovely goal for Loughborough. But Team Bath still trying to attack. 2 minutes left on our clock.
Confident in the shooting to take the shot, and it went in. So we can see initially then on that second phase of the centre pass, the shooter decided that she needed to come out for that. Luckily Loughborough did keep the possession, but sometimes shooters are watching and decide, right, I will come out for that, and create the space behind in the circle for the goal attack to run into.
So a minute and a half then remaining. Team Bath look like they're not going to get the victory this time around, but have really shown signs of encouragement and have played some really good netball themselves. Good awareness there between the goal shooter and attacker. Oh, it just creeps in there as well. So that's another one added to the scoreboard for Team Bath.
So that's good possession from Loughborough, just playing it around, not forcing it. And you can see sometimes you have got to vary that, because they use that pass a lot going overhead to the shooter. And sometimes you maybe have to just readjust the play a bit, because the goalkeeper got a hand to a couple of them now. So you do want to change it up a little bit sometimes when the different ball going into the circle. Bath have taken advantage and got the interception.
Oh, that was unlucky, just losing her footing.
Oh, and a nice shot. She stepped in, so the goalkeeper actually could have gone a bit closer and closed down that shot.
Brilliant from Loughborough again. The goal defence and goalkeeper have just worked so hard for Loughborough, and it's one of the reasons why they are victors against Team Bath. And Team Bath really gave it a good go. Loughborough ebbed and flowed. They were ahead by a lot more at one point, and then Team Bath came back into it as well. It was a really fascinating game to watch, and Team Bath will take a lot of confidence out of this one after going behind and going in front, and they'll look to try and get victory in their final game of the day. Well, our next game now will come from the third place playoff, and it will see the Saracens Mavericks take on the Leeds Rhinos. That will be the third place playoff, coming live here on court number 1 from Wolverhampton University.
The tactical side of things is developed as the athletes get through the programme.
Hopefully this framework will help them to think about how they might put those technical skills in a tactical situation, so that players are practicing those in the context of a game scenario and not in isolation.
There's a lot of tactical demands on players within the game of netball. Decision making is a really tough one, especially with the younger age group, because sometimes they're playing well up out of their age category and mentally they don't have that decision making process just yet.
You want them to have really good game sense, so you need to know how you can develop that within your coaching sessions. So knowing where they're at on their development pathway, whether they need to develop their basics a little bit more or whether they need pushing on a little bit further.
You know, it's not set moves. Set moves for me don't work, because if you're supposed to go there and you can't go there for whatever reason, we're then suddenly, oh my God.
It's not an outline drill, this is where you will move, this is where you will go, because in a game that doesn't happen. So I find it really important to explore the scenarios of what will happen in a game, and you know, how will they react in a game and what options are available.
I like to try and be a creative player, so I love getting my hands on the netball during the game and then trying to create plays in attack. So whether that's setting up my shooter or setting up someone else to get to the circle edge.
We're doing a lot of skills, and the players want to know how they can put that in a game. Obviously they need to know how to execute a skill, maybe whereas before there would be more drills and then you just add a bit of match play at the end. It's maybe drills is a smaller part and it's more game context.
We look at particularly tactical strategies around centre pass, about how we can create more options within our attacking third, but also look at counteracting the opposition tactically, what they're doing against us.
That's the great thing about netball. It's team against team, but it's also person against person. If they're beating you on one thing, like over and over again, you've got to recognise it really quickly.
It's also really important to understand how you can help them understand what they need to do outside of the academy, because we only see them for a month, which is a really hard thing to get a player who's just come into the academy to understand.
I think video's made a massive difference.
Looking at footage of, you know, let's have a look at the best athletes in the world. What type of strategies are they implementing on the court? There's lots of ways for athletes to have a look at where they want to be, and then it might be that they work with the coach to say, I want to be like this, and then they work with the coach to get them there.
They can get the other girls to film somebody, and then you can have a look at that, whether it's their shooting technique or whether they need to have a look at how they can improve on something that they do. So video analysis is a real important tool, not just as a spectator, but as an athlete.
So here we go then, the third place playoff, and it sees the Saracen Mavericks against the Leeds Rhinos. Both of these sides have had a fantastic weekend. They couldn't quite make it to the final, but I'm sure they'd love to claim that third place. For Leeds Rhinos, this is a bit of a step into the unknown. They've had an unexpected rise through the competition. And for the Mavericks, they've had a good competition themselves, narrowly just missing out on the final. And both these sides will be looking for that third place as we're just about to get underway. You're joined by myself, Bradley Hope, and next to me is Pauline Knight for this one. The Leeds Rhinos in their changed strip from yesterday, if it's the first time you're seeing the Rhinos today. And it is the Rhinos looking to get off to the perfect start, and they do.
Good start by Rhinos, scoring their first goal. That'll give them a bit of confidence.
Well, here we go, the
this
turnover.
will give them even more confidence with the held ball, the contact.
Mavericks just need to settle down. They've managed to get the turnover again. Are we going to see one of those games where neither side can retain possession? We'll have to wait and see. Mavericks looking and searching for that first goal. Oh, brilliant turnover.
Interception. Lovely interception by the goal defence. They're most probably looking, Mavericks, to feed the goal shooter because she's got such good height on her. They must be looking to put that ball up. So Leeds Rhinos will be aware of that, and the coaches will have given instructions to their girls to try and defend that.
Rhinos looking then for that second goal, and a lovely bit of work. Brilliant play between the goal shooter and attacker to link up there.
And it's their centre pass, Brad, so they could go 3-0 up here. They've got to take these opportunities. The goal shooter's come out the circle. Can't feed her if she's out the circle. And that's a lovely, lovely space found by the goal shooter.
Wow, what a start for the Leeds Rhinos. The goal shooter, Amy Bergin, for Leeds Rhinos. She's having a solid start to this third place playoff match, and from a Mavericks point of view, they just need to settle in. They just need to keep going. The time will come, and there we go.
That's excellent by the Mavericks attack in that circle. There's a good understanding between the two of them. And she's a good target, that goal shooter, to aim at, so I'm looking to see her do most of the shooting.
Yeah, Tiana Rebesio for the Mavericks. Had a good game earlier on in the day against the Manchester Thunder. Just her and her team just coming up short against a very good Manchester Thunder.
She was offside, Brad. She went into the circle. The umpire, she was only just offside, and the umpire did really well to notice that.
Lovely movement from the Mavericks, good build-up, and here is the goal shooter, Rebesio. Brilliant.
It worked, but the pass onto the goal shooter I didn't feel was correct. They were sending her into a different position. But they're coming back into this now.
They certainly are, and of course Mavericks with that centre pass as well. Opportunity lost though.
Yeah, it's been a contact by the goal attack. Yeah, lovely roll by the goal defence. But they've got it back again. The wing defence is really on the ball there. She's what we would call netball ready, you know, she's on her toes, ready to pounce. All these girls are really looking now to try and impress the selectors, try and get, you know, they're fighting for third place in this competition. So we should see a cracking game today.
Yeah, both of these sides will want to try and finish off the competition with that third place after giving everything to try and get into the final. If we could, we'd all give them bronze medals, but only one team can.
Some lovely passage of play by Rhinos. They've got the ball down from the other shooting circle into their shooting circle, and it's finished off beautifully.
That just relieves a bit of the pressure they were put under by the Mavericks, and of course they have that centre pass as well, but Mavericks early on from that centre pass getting the pressure, but it's not enough. Leeds Rhinos will have the opportunity. Lovely pass for the Leeds Rhinos goal attack.
Yeah, it's an obstruction against the goalkeeper. So it's interesting because Leeds Rhinos are a bit of an unknown quantity. They haven't had a franchise before. They've got a new head coach in Dan Ryan, an Australian who's really experienced. And I know he doesn't most probably look after the under-15s, but the confidence that must give them in attracting such a big name to their franchise, you know, it'll do wonders for the club. There's a lot of work going on with Leeds Rhinos in the background that we're not aware of because they haven't had this franchise, they haven't played during the season. And they've had an excellent start to this game against Mavericks. And I think Mavericks are going to be a bit shaken by this. It's good effort there by the goalkeeper to try and intercept the ball. But it was, trying to feed a goal shooter right towards the edge of the court is not perhaps the right thing to do at this stage.
Mavericks get the turnover and quickly look to try and get up to the other end of the court. Good movement again and trying to feed Tiano Bessio. She's got her eye on the ball in this game in particular.
And that was nice to see the Mavericks goal shooter making sure that the goalkeeper from Rhinos was okay. It's a nice touch for these under-15 girls.
So a reminder for this third place playoff for will be 8-minute quarters. Oh, lovely
That was
play.
a lovely feed. Goalkeeper overcommitted there. She came flying off the court. And that's all very well if you're going to get the ball. But if you overcommit and you go running past the play, your opponent can actually get 2 or 3 passes whilst you're trying to get back into play. She'll learn from that.
All about experiences and learning from any mistakes that you make at this level. All these players have got a really good shot of having long and successful careers in netball, of course. Oh, the Rhinos really showing that maturity and composure, which you quite rightly mentioned, Pauline, earlier. It's really amazing to see this new franchise, Leeds Rhinos, having such a superb weekend. And when we talked about them on the opening day, we said that they were just happy to get a couple of scalps, and here they are in the third place playoff.
Yeah, and what they said they were going to take. They were going to take each game quarter by quarter, and they're going to have a lot of positive things to say. But I can't believe that, you know, their coach Lee Davis is going to settle for this. She's going to want them to push ahead now. They're 7-4 up, and they need to just push ahead of Mavericks, because Mavericks will come back.
Yeah, they really gave Manchester Thunder a game up until around the third quarter. Just wasn't to be. Manchester Thunder too strong in the end, but they were 8 apiece of Manchester Thunder after the first quarter, so they've got quality in their side.
It's interesting to note that the Rhinos captain Lydia Harrison hasn't taken to court. She's the girl that the player that I was talking about when they played in the previous game. She really impressed me with her solid feeding and her commitment to get the ball, and she directed play for the team, and I'm not sure why she hasn't taken to court.
Well, there we go. That brings an end to the first quarter. What a fantastic 8 minutes of netball that was. Both sides giving absolutely everything, and it is the Leeds Rhinos who just have that slender advantage going into the first break. Well, myself and Pauline will be back for that second quarter very soon. So just about to get back underway then. Leeds Rhinos have that slender advantage, leading by 7 points to 5 at the end of the first quarter. Oh, brilliant start from Rhinos, trying to intercept there, putting the pressure on early on these Mavericks side, who have got to try and force that first goal in this second quarter.
Yeah, the Mavericks player did really well then. Not only did she make the interception, but she managed to control her footwork, which was excellent.
Tiana Obisio again doing really well.
Yep, it's a lovely split landing by the goal shooter. And it's a held ball. It's a beautiful defensive play by Mavericks.
You can see on the bench as well, on the Maverick, on court side, Mavericks coaches really pumped up and want their team to really do well.
There might be a second or two delay here because we appear to have lost the ball.
First time we've lost it in the netting this weekend. We've got it back in quick time. Here's Tiana Obisio again.
Yeah.
No mistake.
They need to use her more, I feel. They need to get that ball to the edge of the circle before they feed her. She's clearly a very good shooter. But they're attempting to send that ball from such a distance out. It's going to have less success. And they're now decided, Rhinos, that they're going to double on the goal shooter for Mavericks. I think the umpires have been briefed to make sure that there's no contact. The contact is pulled up. The girls have got to be really disciplined. So the umpire was just having a quiet word with the Rhinos goal defence there. So again, it was a long pass, sent swinging across that circle, but the wing attack cannot go in the circle, so it wasn't a very accurate pass. So it's a nice passage of play. They've had to pass the ball back, but passing the ball back is good because it keeps possession. And then they got to the edge of the circle and they fed the ball beautifully to the goal shooter. Well, so Mavericks now lead 9-7. So not only have they come back from a 2-goal deficit, they've actually gone 2 goals ahead. So Rhinos will be disappointed with this. Don't know what the coach said to them at quarter time. But again, Rhinos have got a turnover now and a chance to try and get back evens with Mavericks.
Well, we said at the break that Mavericks weren't going to lay down without a fight, and they are now 2 up to the good, quite rightly mentioned.
It's good, very, very good defence by Mavericks. They're playing very well. They're putting a lot of pressure on their opponents.
A lovely combination between the shooter and attack, and Rhinos, they needed that.
So they have to be more disciplined, the defenders. It's really difficult them getting a penalty decision against them. Such a long way from the circle, because it just leaves the goal shooter or the goal attack completely free for the attacking players to do whatever they like in the circle. Good arms by the defence, and picked up and chased by the goalkeeper. And now they have to keep possession and convert this interception. It's a lovely ball. But again, it was taken from the circle edge. And I think us commentators have talked all weekend about feeding the shooters from the circle edge. It is such an important skill. The skill actually is getting the ball to the circle edge. Great work by the Rhinos defenders there. Not someone giving a tip and the other defender coming in and actually taking the ball. They mustn't force this ball in. Again, that's just trying to force the ball in. They've got to work it around to the edge of the circle and then feed it in. And I know the coaches have been telling them that.
Well, Leeds Rhinos keeping it tight and looking to try and reduce that deficit all the time. And the coaches for Leeds Rhinos will be, I'm sure, just telling him to stay in this, keep to the basics. Opportunity again here for the Rhinos. Can they draw level? They're not letting one under their out their grasp. Lovely
and
play
that was
again.
a lovely pass there. She fooled the goalkeeper into thinking she was going to shoot, and then she did a lovely flick to her shooting teammate. So this is good play. It's interesting. That was what's called a short pass, and you've got to get a little bit more distance between the two players. If I'd have liked to have seen the goal shooter take the ball and done a split landing there, rather than she seemed to dance and just land very lightly on her feet. She needed to be a bit more committed with her landing there.
Well, all of a sudden, Leeds Rhinos are now back in front, and what a second quarter this has been, from Leeds Rhinos leading to Mavericks turning it around, and now the Rhinos looking to find themselves 2 points in front themselves. 2 minutes remaining. It could go either way up until half-time, and Mavericks again looking to respond, looking to find that goal shooter again. They found her. Uvesio, she doesn't miss.
Good play by them, but they were a little bit lucky. Feed came from a long way out again. Got to try and make certain of these passes. A lovely swing across the circle. I haven't been told, but I think that might be Lydia Harrison, the captain that's on for Rhinos. Lovely goal.
Yeah, Rhinos just restoring that 2-point advantage, and they'll just want to see if they can hold this out from this attack from the Mavericks. But again, look who it is. Tano Besio hasn't missed all game.
Yeah.
Been absolutely brilliant. And Paulie, and I know you mentioned actually just at the end of that first quarter the importance of feeding that ball to her, and here we go again. Mavericks looking to probably try and get up to her, to the goal shooter, but just having to be halted in their tracks. But they've obviously something maybe they've worked on to really try and feed her as quickly as she can, and it's paying off.
Yep. They have to get to that circle edge to feed her. The ball will be much more accurate. It's difficult if you don't do that. I'd like to again have seen her landing foot to have been the foot closest to the post, so she can have an attempt at shot herself. The reason they've most probably switched, although they're similar height, the shooters are, is because the rebounder, the goal shooter, might be a better rebounder than the goal attack. So here come Mavericks again. It's 13 goals all. So Rhinos have got that interception. Oh, unlucky, but it's a contact against the goalkeeper. So because it's a contact, it's a penalty, it's a pass or a shot. If the final whistle does go, they are allowed to take the shot after the whistle. And there's the final whistle.
Wow, just before that whistle then, Leeds Rhinos just edge in front by 1 point. But these two sides, well, even if it was for that point, they're struggling to separate them, both giving brilliant performances, and we still are really undecided who's going to win this, who's going to take these bronze medals. Leeds Rhinos. At the break, 14 points up to 13. We'll be back for the third quarter very shortly. So we're just about to get underway after half-time, and well, plenty of discussions going on, and even the crowd getting involved as well. It's a fantastic atmosphere here at Wolverhampton University. Both friends, families, parents, all getting involved, getting behind these two sides, Saracens Mavericks and Leeds Rhinos. And you're actually just making the point to me off air, actually, Pauline, about how the benches work and how the coaches work and how they get their point across.
Yeah, so when they come off to talk, the girls are really disciplined, and they know that goalkeeper, goal defence, wing defence need to sit together, and the attacking half needs to sit together, and then each coach and assistant coach will take either the attack or the defence and talk about what they would like to see in the next quarter, so that they all hear the same message. The reserves who are standing off, the defensive reserves will stand behind the defences, and the attacking reserves will stand behind the attacking. So the attacking reserves will stand behind the attacking players, so they can hear the instructions as well. So if they're called upon to come on, they know what they've been instructed to do. And we've even got Kat Ratnapala, who's the head coach of Mavericks, here today, and she's been instructing the Mavericks attacking end.
Yeah, really fascinating to see the Mavericks first team head coach here, and seeing the potential future talent that could be coming through this Mavericks side. Leeds Rhinos, though, just have this slender advantage in the game, and what we've seen so far has been absolutely brilliant. Both sides have really given us a competitive, engaging game, and at the moment it's really tough to see who's actually going to go on and win this at the moment.
Yeah, and opportunities like that, Brad, have gone amiss. You know, they can't miss from underneath the post. They've got to take these opportunities, and they've got to convert these goals. So in the second quarter, Mavericks won 9-6. So they need to try and build on that. That's to take Mavericks 15 goals all.
Well, we can't separate these two sides at the moment. The Mavericks just going to pull away now.
Yes. It's a lovely movement by the goal shooter, a lovely feed by the centre, and it's a lovely goal to finish it off, and that's what you want to see.
As soon as it lands for Tiana Robesio, you just know that it's going to be a goal. And the Saracens will want to be utilising her a lot more. Good work from Leeds Rhinos.
So the Rhinos player, they're not giving up. She's just picked herself up, even though she's gone flying into the chairs and carried on. I've always said netball is a tough sport, tough players.
It certainly is, and it was good to see as well the Saracens players making sure she was all right as well. Good sportsmanship all round. And the Mavericks now lead by 17 points to 15, and they'll just want to be wary, Leeds Rhinos. They don't want to let...
Turnover by the wing
Mavericks.
defence. Putting a lot of pressure on, well taken by the wing attack. They've got to make sure of these passes, Rhinos. They've got to make sure if that goal shooter comes out for that ball, they've either got to give it ahead of her so the goalkeeper can't get it, or they've got to look for another option.
Important times for Leeds Rhinos. Oh, they sink it as well. And it's back to only 1 point. Neither side can really get away from each other at the moment. And Leeds Rhinos with the centre pass have the opportunity to draw level again. Nice work.
Beautiful feed again by the wing attack. And a fantastic goal to finish off.
Tremendous finish. 17 all.
This is anybody's game. It's basically from here, it's who wants it the most. And it's how they respond, how they chase the balls, the basic, you know, if it's the basic netball that they're playing, and they can get that right, they can start building on it.
Well, they'll be hoping that Robesio doesn't stop scoring. She's been absolutely brilliant so far in this third playoff match. Not missed a single thing, really. And Leeds Rhinos looking for that long ball.
The ball thrower was forced to send the ball over a defender. There was nobody coming forward. And I know these girls are tired, but this is a third, fourth playoff match. Whoever wins this gets a medal. And it's the same old story we've talked about all weekend. They make a superb interception and then they throw it away. They've just got to settle for a second, settle down and look and go send the ball.
Brilliant work by Mavericks. They can't finish it off though, but still the opportunity.
I think it's obstruction against the goal. The keeper. Yeah.
Well, Mavericks just getting themselves in front, and now they have the centre pass as well, so pressure all on Leeds Rhinos now.
Lovely
Brilliant
take.
work.
Lovely take. And although it was a good take in the air, she actually brought her feet further out. And she had to do that because the ball hadn't got quite enough on it to get to her. So she went up into the air and she got the ball out of the air. If she'd have waited for it, I think it would have been intercepted. There's so many turnovers going on now. It's really difficult to keep count of all the turnovers that are happening.
Yeah, the turnover stats will be fascinating to read later on. Leeds Rhinos now need to take these opportunities getting into the latter parts of the game. Can't be wasting golden ones like this. And they don't waste it. 2 points now, innit? Leeds Rhinos needed that, and you can see a sort of sense of relief amongst the Rhinos players. Mavericks looking to try and get the other end, and well, look at this.
So the goalkeeper went out hunting, but I'm not sure what she was hunting because the ball hadn't been thrown, and it was left the goal shooter all on her own. And it's another turnover for Mavericks.
Well, the crowd are absolutely loving this, and the players are feeding off it.
Yeah.
Brilliant for the Mavericks, but equally sensational.
She wasn't settled. The ball thrower just wasn't settled and balanced enough to give that pass. If she'd given it a bit more behind that, then that would have got into the goal shooter and they would have been 4 goals ahead.
Important times now here for the Rhinos. Space opened up here. Brilliant from the Mavericks. But is it going to count?
Lucky goal defence, and the crowd don't like it. So that was an obstruction. Got to be 0.9 metres away. She wasn't deemed to be. They've got to keep going, and they've got to go for rebounds. It's contact against the shooters.
Well, Leeds Rhinos won't want to be giving away opportunities like that, and you can see the sense of urgency. They want to try and get to this, reduce this gap to as little as possible before the end of this third quarter. Oh, an opportunity goes begging Mavericks now.
So that was an offside call. So a lot of pressure from Rhinos onto the Mavericks attack now. They just have to build, do each pass as it in turn, make sure for each pass. Lots of pressure from the Rhinos defender there onto the goal shooter.
Well, there we go, the end of the third quarter, and it is the Mavericks who will be happy with their work. They are 3 points up to the good, and work to do for Leeds Rhinos now coming into this final quarter. It's going to be fascinating. We still don't know who's going to claim third spot then this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. The fourth and final quarter of this third place playoff will be coming up next. Well, here we go then, the fourth and final quarter of this third place playoff, and what a fantastic game it's been. Both sides have given absolutely everything. It's been a game that's arguably been worthy of the final, and Mavericks looking to extend that lead straight away, and how important that potentially could be. They extend that lead to 4 points, 22-18 on the official scoreboard. Leeds Rhinos needing to respond early, and we still, even though Mavericks have that 4-point gap, it's still all to play for. Leeds Rhinos, though, need to capitalise on these opportunities, though. Oh, and it doesn't drop in. And it's back in the hands of the Mavericks. And those chances, they need to be taken, Pauline.
Yeah, it's an outstanding performance by both teams. Really super play. I don't feel it's over yet. As I say, I don't feel it's over. The Rhinos are going to come back, I feel. They're so tough. I've watched them in a number of matches, and they don't give up. They're a really determined side, but they've got to get that ball to the edge of the circle before they feed it. I've said that time and time again.
Big moments here for Leeds Rhinos. Can they hold their nerve? They can hold their nerve. So they're back to that 3 points. Although Mavericks do have the centre pass, so they need to work it off them now, Leeds Rhinos. Can they work hard? Can they get the ball back off? Oh, but brilliant play. And she just doesn't miss.
It's not often you give a bounce pass to such a tall shooter, because they have a bit longer to go to get down to the ball. But that was an interesting pass into the goal shooter. So she hasn't got anyone to pass to at the moment, but she swung it across to the other side of the circle. And the goalkeeper again has gone flying out to make an interception, but in doing that, she's actually left her opponent free.
So 23-20 then on the board. Here come the Mavericks again. Leeds Rhinos, if they're going to win this game, they just need to dispossess, don't they? They just need to get the ball back, and they have done.
Goal attack changed her mind then. She went one way and then the other, and it was misread by the ball thrower. So Rhinos are not going to let this go. They are going to fight till the very end. And they've come in this weekend as this unknown quantity. And it's just really interesting, and they must be so pleased with their performance. Their coach, Lee Davis, must be, whatever the outcome, I'm sure she'll be really proud of her girls.
Well, the words from the coach at the start of yesterday was just to claim a few scalps.
Lovely
And
ball.
Look how far they've come. But the Mavericks might just be pulling away now. They need something special now, Leeds Rhinos.
Yep, they need to get this ball, and they need to make sure they convert it. What a fantastic goalkeeper defender. She's just come in there and she's just taken the ball out of the air. So Leeds Rhinos have got to sort of settle down and set it again. I think it's a Mavericks ball.
Yeah, Mavericks defence has just been superb at the times when they needed it most, and this girl in particular, the goal shooter, Ubesio, has just been incredible for the Mavericks.
So it's a turnover. This might give Rhinos a bit of confidence now. A lot of pressure by Mavericks defenders. She was free. Oh, that's a contact against the goal defence. She came in from behind. It was smart work by her, really, because that wasn't her ball. It was her opponent, it was her partner's ball, but she came in from behind and tried to take that out the air. So it's a good pass back by the wing attack. The options aren't there. They need to just settle again, Rhinos. They've only got 4.5 minutes now, but they've still got time to do this. They only need a couple of interceptions and then convert the interceptions into goals.
Yeah, they really do need to get this
passing the ball
score.
around, but it's really good defending by Mavericks defence. So the goal shooter's asking for that ball because she's closer. Beautiful goal by the goal attack. So it's 3 goals in it. 3 goals in it, and it's Mavericks centre pass.
Yeah, they need to work this ball now, Leeds Rhinos. You can see straight away the urgency to try and reclaim the ball back. But Mavericks still in possession. Those 3 points.
Lovely move by the goal attack. Let's see what decision she gives.
Well, here she is again. And they need her one more time.
Yeah.
Brilliant again. She has been absolutely superb. Tiana Besio hasn't missed a single thing, and she's been key for this Mavericks side. Leeds Rhinos now need, well, to work something out of a miracle to try and get back into this. 4 points. They need to keep moving the ball, keep
If
possession.
they can get this one, Brad, which they have, it's only 3 goals now. And although it's Mavericks centre, if they can get a turnover and score from it, it's their centre pass. But they're not going to get a turnover with the defence running behind the goal shooter.
No, as well as much as Leeds
Yeah,
Rhinos.
lovely dodge by the wing attack.
Much as
But
Leeds
it's
Rhinos.
it's a footwork, I think, in the centre circle. So they need to try and get this back. Oh. And Rhinos have fought back and they've got the ball back. They've forced an error from Mavericks. Good hands over the ball by the defenders. Or footwork. If she could have got her balance there and kept that foot up and got rid of the ball. But you know what? That's just fantastic. Oh, turnover after turnover. We can't keep pace here with all the turnovers that are going on.
No, it certainly has. No team has been able to really keep hold of the ball for much longer than a couple of passes. And now Mavericks up the other end, but again another turnover.
They need to settle down now. Rhinos just need to settle. They've got the ball. They need to take it to the circle. They need to get it to those shooters. Lovely ball. If we can get this one in. Lovely.
There we go, reducing it.
They've still got 2 minutes. They need another. They need a turnover, and they've got it.
Brilliant work again by Leeds
Got to
Rhinos.
work this ball around until there's an opportunity. Goal shooter's asking for it, but she's no closer to the post than the goal attack. She needs to have a little bit more commitment. There's only 2 goals in it. And Rhinos have got the centre pass. They need to score from this and then try and get a turnover. So they mustn't panic. Oh, long pass. That's what they didn't need at that moment in time.
Still got an opportunity though, Leeds Rhinos. Fasten your seatbelts. Here we go. Leeds Rhinos, the opportunity to get to 1 with a minute and a 20 to go.
1 goal in it. Mavericks centre. Rhinos needs that interception. There's been so many turnovers. I'm not betting that they won't get it. And there's been a turnover and there's a minute to go and there's 1 goal in it. It's so exciting.
Listen to the crowd.
Wild.
It's incredible here.
Oh my
and look
God.
off the bench.
There's still a minute to go according to the clock.
Well, on the clock.
There's still a minute to go according to the clock.
Well, there we go. It's all over though. The clock said on our clock.
Won 27-26. Outstanding performance by 2 young teams. I'm so emotional myself. It's just been absolutely fantastic, and these young players have just a massive credit to the sport and to young women everywhere.
Well, what a fantastic game. A brilliant performance from both sides. Mavericks have just come out on top by the narrowest of margins, but a brilliant advert, and that's only just the warm-up for the final coming up later on this afternoon. But it is Mavericks who will take the 3rd spot, but Leeds Rhinos can really feel proud of their efforts over the weekend. A new franchise, a new team, and going on a new adventure, and they have put in a fantastic display themselves, but Mavericks have got the result just and only just, and you could see what it meant to the coaching staff and the players at the full-time whistle. And there we go, that's confirmation. Saracens Mavericks win it by 27 points to 26 over Leeds Rhinos. What a game, and we still have more to come. Don't go anywhere, we've still got plenty more netball to be played.
Goodness gracious. What 10 seconds could do for you?
Yeah, well, that's why I say go and check the shot.
What 6 or 7 errors could do for you? Non-errors could do for you.
Yeah.
Naturally, players start with the technical tactical, and lower down the pathway, that's where we tend to introduce the idea of your physical development and your mental or performing well development.
You need to get to know your athletes, and when you know your athletes, then you know what works with them on an individual basis, because it's never a case of one size fits all. So, you know, whether that's because they're playing across different positions or whether it's because actually they're just different people, how you coach them or how you interpret things within the framework will be different.
It's really important as a coach to understand individual needs. Every individual is different in their training pathway and in their competition pathway. One athlete may be further ahead in a technical aspect, another athlete might not. So it's what support you can give them with the resources available to you.
Environment and culture is number one. You know, the athletes get that buy-in, know what's expected, and they can live by that culture.
So I tend to pose the question to them of how do you want others to see you? If your parents are standing on the balcony watching or somebody walked past and saw us training, what would you want them to think and how would you want them to describe us?
If the environment's not right, you're not getting the best outcome out of all of the girls. You want a performance environment, but you also want the girls to be able to enjoy it. They've got to be there challenging themselves to be better and challenging one another, just so that we're creating really strong individuals, but also the best team to go out and compete.
I feel like we've got a good balance in the team we've got at the moment. Like, we all know that we can work hard. We're all like a very competitive group that will like really push each other, but at the same time, I think we're all really enjoying it. So we're at a good place.
It's good competitive as well. It's not like, oh, I want to beat you, so I want to beat you, but I'm gonna laugh about it after.
Yeah.
It's about saying to them, this is okay. This is a challenging environment. We will make you feel uncomfortable. You will make mistakes. That's okay. What we'd really like to see is that you're learning from those mistakes and you're turning them into positives.
At Rose's Academy level with one-to-ones, we sit and we give them an individual performance plan. At lower down in grassroots, this just may be a face-to-face at the end of training. You could just send them their strengths and things to work on for them and their parent, who's their main support, to help them with as they go through the season.
There's always pressure from parents that they perform, particularly if a parent's financially giving up quite a lot or their time and travel. They're expecting their daughters to play amazing netball every single time they're on that court, which is not healthy and it's not always going to happen.
They are trying to balance so many other things. It's about coaching the athlete, not the sport. So, you know, whether that be there are pinch points throughout the season when they're going to be doing exams, and actually May time is not the time to get really heavy with them with netball, because that's actually when a lot of them will sit exams. I think sometimes as well, working with adolescent females, it's like whether they have an argument with their boyfriend and then they come and you're like, oh gosh. But it's sometimes probably just being a bit more understanding that, you know, actually they're a person and there's all of these other things that contribute to who they are. And I think once you understand the person better, then you get better netball from them.
So here we go then, underway. Penultimate game of the weekend here on court number 1. Our final game between these two sides for Netball North East and Team Bath. And both these sides will be wanting wins for different reasons. Well, you're joined with myself, Brad Hope, and next to me is Dion Williams. And for Team Bath, it seems like a really important moment this. They really want to try and get a victory, end on a high. But so do North East. They've not won a game since their opening game yesterday. So who feels they really need it more, in a sense?
Oh, both. I think this is about pride now, isn't it, I suppose,
Yeah.
Brad? I think it's about, taking all the learnings from the weekend and as you say, finishing with a high. Particularly North East, which I've watched quite a few of their games, really capitalising when they do turn the ball. Some of those games, they could have taken but they've really got to capitalise when they get the ball. Bath just got to be a little bit more clinical in the work that they're doing. They've got some excellent players in that team. It's just about going out with some pride now and sticking to task. Sticking to task would be my message, I think, today from what the coaches have told you.
Yeah, we saw North East in action actually earlier on in the day against Wasps, and even though the scoreline reflected a pretty comfortable victory for Wasps, we both thought that North East, if they had been a bit more clinical and taken their chances, then it would have been a lot closer game.
Absolutely, definitely. Again here, it's a little bit of discipline here. Make the shooter shoot the ball. We don't want to be giving away penalties in that way. So make her shoot it. See, that's the second penalty there. So again, just tighten up a little bit in that circle as well. But it'll be a close game, I think.
Yeah, it's got the makings of being a really close game. I don't know if my heart rate and my breath could take much more after that incredible third-place playoff between the Mavericks and the Rhinos we've just seen, if you've been following us on Court 1. Let's hope for more of the same, although I'll monitor my heart rate throughout.
That's a great shot, an absolute sweet shot from the goal shooter, rattling in the post even as it went through. So let's see if North East can respond.
Yeah, for Team Bath, it feels like it could be really important for them to get off to that good start, which they have. And if they can really, it'll be interesting to see if they can really hold on to that and mount that and maintain that challenge.
Absolutely. So again, turnover ball again, forcing that. North East elect to go back to the third line to reset, but the attacking players getting back and defending, and they convert. So we need to see more of that from Team Bath if they're going to win this game.
And of course they have the centre pass as well, and well, what a start this is for Team Bath. Brilliant, and you can see the reaction as well from coaches and the players that they're starting to believe that this could be their game.
Again, a great take from the Bath goal shooter, and a lovely shot as well, obviously brimming with confidence. Well, that's unlucky there, a miss from the goal shooter. But a great big rebound from the goal attack. Hopefully she can finish it off. No, unfortunately she can't. Third time of asking. Shot.
Yeah, just a response from the North East, and they needed that as well because Team Bath were really building up some momentum.
Yeah, they need to stay within this. They need to keep the scoreline as close as possible. As you say, we're into 6-minute games now, aren't we? So it's not a lot of time if teams start to pull away to try and respond. So they need to just stay within there. But when you've got your shooters like in Bath shooting like that, it's going to make it really difficult. So every time they get the ball, they need to be clinical and finish with a goal.
Yeah, we saw in the previous game actually against Wasps for Team Bath that both the goal attacker, goal shooters, Charlotte Steer and Robinson as well, they both put in really good performances. They just couldn't quite all the time put in the finishing touches, and they've got their team off to a rocking start in this one, and let's see if they can keep up that charge as well, Team Bath.
Yeah, great defence from the Team Bath, really putting the pressure on, electing to go, in terms of a man-to-man, one-to-one defending and really putting the pressure and trying to shut off that front ball, and it's paid off for them. Let's see if they can bring it down to goal now. It's patience and be steady and composure and keep that ball. It's nice.
That was unlucky, actually. It looked really nice technique getting into that to the hoop, and she's got another opportunity, and she takes it.
Yeah, lovely technique. You see the bend, the extension from the feet, the push through, the bending of the knees, follow through in the arms, textbook shooting. Oh, well done, Godfrey. She couldn't keep it in, but that was a great tip.
And the turnover as well for Team Bath. So everything just seems to be going right for Team Bath. It's a bit rosy.
I think that was it an offside call, I think. So Bath had possession again. Nice work from the goal attack, in and out to get herself nearer the post, and a great shot.
Well, they're certainly in ruthless mood in this one, Team Bath, and they're pulling away.
Yeah. That goalkeeper means business today, coming out with intent. Clearly looking for that first win. They want this, Bath, you can see it.
And even though some risky passes, they've got the confidence to pull them off as well at the moment. It's all going right for Team Bath. What a performance in this first quarter. And they lead by 9 points to 2. It's been sensational stuff, and you can see the delight in their faces as well. That's a good start. Let's see if they can build on that. And although, let's see if the North East, they still have time. They still have 3 quarters to pull this back. So plenty of netball left to be played. But after the first quarter, it is Team Bath who lead by 9 points to 2. So we're back underway then, the second quarter. Let's see if Team Bath can continue from that fantastic dominant display in the first quarter. Really great movement again. And she's on top form, isn't she, at the moment?
Yeah, that goal shooter really giving the North East defence something to think about. The North East defence elected all to both defenders to play on the front and try and force that over the top. Again, a great pick up there from the Bath goalkeeper. Again, North East elected to try and go over the top. There just wasn't enough on that pass there. So Bath have another opportunity to come away and score.
It must give you so much confidence for the rest of the team when you know your goal shooter is putting them away.
Yeah, but see the difference there. So what the goal shooter did for Bath there, she actually committed the defence as if she was going to go forward and ask for the ball. When she committed, then went back. And the feeder was then in a great position to actually wait and then pop that ball over the top. So that was great pre-work, and also in terms of the shooter, the person giving the ball, great work to see that. Oh, taking keeper, hand on to it, well done North East, let's make something of it. See that ball over the top again, it's just not working. They might need to do something about trying to commit the keeper to go somewhere else, or use the circle edge and look at different angles where that ball can go in. That's a great shot from the goal attack.
Yeah, they worked that out pretty much nothing there, didn't they,
they
North East? And now they've got the opportunity from the centre pass to try and get another one in quick succession.
There's another one. That's free now. You know, if I was coach saying that ball is not on, we need to think about doing something different, or you have to adjust if that ball can go a little bit higher, but it's whether then the shooter can take it. So they need to find another way of finding that goal shooter. I think that's a call. Turn the line, yeah. Oh, coaches, those kind of things, you know, these are basics, you know. Rule is you have to be up to, but not touching the line. So unfortunately, possession has gone the other way.
Yeah, real coach killer, as they'd say. And North East now in possession. Oh, but to no one, really.
That ball over the top again.
Just seems they haven't got that message across that potentially that move isn't working. See frustration again.
Not happy, the goal attack. It's just frustration, I suppose, because at the end of the day, mid-court, again, North East, mid-court, they are there and thereabouts. It's just their ability to actually take that ball and be clinical with it in the shooting circle and take it to goal. But we must, as players, maintain our discipline. That's a lovely rotation from the shooters. Again, that shooter on the front, rolling, peeling off to the back, open up the space for the goal attack underneath the post. Lovely.
Incredibly, there's not been many goals in this second quarter, and this will really favour Team Bath. And we've seen a few frustrations from this North East side, and they just need to calm themselves down and compose themselves again.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, another turnover from North East, allowing them to force where the ball had to go over the top to the goal shooter, thinking that place was open. It didn't get there. Let's see if they can capitalise on another turnover, and they are more than capable again. Ball placement just wasn't there. That ball's got to go away from the defender into the space where the shooter's asking for it, and there just wasn't the space there.
So North East an opportunity now to get two in quick succession. They need to start taking these, and
it's a better pass and a shot.
Yeah, a lot better work from North East, and now let's see if they can try and dispossess Team Bath. Although look at this, and Team Bath straight away at the other end of the court.
It's the way the goal shooter commits the defender to the front space, changes direction, and then opens up the back space. And I think that's the difference in terms of that ball going over the top in both circles, really. Some great work from the goal shooter there. Fortunately, they weren't able to convert it to a goal. Oof.
Opportunity wasted for the North East, and Team Bath, well, even just working their way down the court. Some interesting passes, to say the least. They're getting away with it at the moment. This will favour them, won't it?
I think they just need to think a little bit more about the work they're doing off the ball, so maybe a pre-run to actually make sure they're free when the ball is then offered to them. And all just coming directly forward as centre does, but making sure then you're clearing the arms, that ball can get there. Oh, there's that ball again. And in that case, it actually was the space when it was the right decision. It was just the trajectory of the ball. It needs to go probably up and down a little bit more, and it didn't need as much pace. So it's not as if sometimes they're not making the right decisions. It's just the type of pass or the ball placement is just not there. So lots of positives, lots to work on, but they are there, they're competing, and that's really, really good to see. Quick reaction there from Bath.
Yeah, important from Team Bath to just keep up that momentum, even though North East are still putting the pressure on.
Yeah, that was a better ball into the shooter from North East.
And there we go, the end of the second quarter, and it's still Team Bath that are in complete control at the moment. 13 points to 6 for Team Bath, and they're just carrying on from where they left off in that first quarter, and they're well on their way at the halftime break towards that first victory, and they deserve it. They've put in a really good performance so far, and I think they'd love to come away from this competition with a victory. Well, do stay with myself and Dion for the final 2 quarters between the North East and Team Bath. So here we go then, just moments away then from the start of this third quarter, and for Team Bath it's almost a bit of a unique position for them this weekend. How will the team be feeling knowing that it's a different kind of pressure really? They're in front and they've got to hold a lead, and how does that work potentially in terms of getting a message across as a coach?
Well, I think, they've been rewarded with their commitment this weekend and their hard work, and I think it's just, for me as a coach, you'd probably be more the same, probably tighten up a little bit around some of that ball placement, but in the main, Team Bath have played really, really well in this game, but it'll be just about trying to squeeze out some of those unforced errors. But look, they're showing patience even now with the ball, but again, sometimes they're just their choice or their ball placement lets them down a little bit. But they've worked the ball really, really well. For North East, I was just saying to you, I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit through these games, but I think it is the case. They've been in these games there or thereabouts. They just need to be more clinical. When they turn the ball, they need to take it to goal. And they are capable of getting back into this game, but they need to take these opportunities.
Yeah, North East has been a sort of mix of a lucky, frustrating weekend. It all seemed to sort of collapse after that devastating defeat to Manchester Thunder yesterday, after an opening win against Loughborough Lightning actually, and they looked like they were going to go on and have a really good weekend and follow in the footsteps of fellow new franchise team Leeds Rhinos, who have had a fantastic weekend and were involved in that incredible third place playoff. And Team Bath, well, it's not been a weekend to really remember, but they can finish on a high.
That's a great pickup. And there's the goal defence again. I mean, she has been excellent today across the 3 games that I've seen anyway. You know, pick up ball, help supports bring the ball down the court. But again, they've just got to take these opportunities. Taken. That's a lovely ball into space, over the top. And a lovely take by the shooter and the goal. We need more of that, North East. Let's go.
Team Bath then looking and trying to respond. And the goal attack and goal shooter have worked really well for most of this game, just giving the ball away. And now North East are looking to try and capitalise. This is important moments now for Netball North East. Can they utilise it? Oh, and they can't. It's agonisingly over. Frustrating for North East. And again, you're quite right, Dion. You mentioned it there. It's just those fine margins and those opportunities that they've had. They've just not been able to take them on a frequent basis. And then you look at the other end, Team Bath nearly getting it over and
but again, we're drawing a penalty there. We don't want to be drawing the penalty. Make them shoot the ball. When we do, you know, we give ourselves enough opportunity. But yeah, absolutely. It's just about when they get those opportunities, they just need to take them. Let's see what Bath can do with this. That's a great take from the shooter. So strong, so powerful. You see, maybe she should have took that shot, you know.
Team Bath still in possession. North East just can't seem to get the ball off at the moment. This is a good long period.
It's a great split. Shot.
And we've talked again about the Team Bath goal shooter Robinson, about that incredible sort of split stance she gets after the jump for receiving the ball, and it just helps her just propel forward, doesn't it?
Yeah, and gets her nearer to the post. But you know, she makes it look easy. It's not easy, and you know, to see a player of this age doing it so well is really pleasing to see. The strength and power that it takes to do that. So yeah, and it's putting her in a good position in terms of taking those shots. So.
North East, just picking one back.
Yeah, it was really good there to see North East putting a little bit more pressure on the Team Bath centre pass, so they had to go backwards. So actually on that whistle they were all out defending the line, which meant that Bath had to go backwards for an option. So that was really, really good to see. And I think these are things they need to do now. If they want to keep themselves in this game, they really need to try and win ball off the Team Bath centre pass. But not give away the obstructions.
Yeah, I was about to say, not giving away those infractions. And now Team Bath, it seems to be every time North East have a sniff of just trying to get back into this, they either give away something, a silly foul, or they just don't convert a chance. And Team Bath in this game have been actually really clinical.
Yeah, and you know what, North East, these bunch of girls will take so much learning from this weekend. These are all learning points, these are all learning curves. You know, the fact is that, you know, the fact they're turning so much ball in itself is excellent and is a massive achievement. The next phase is then, okay, how do we make sure that we capitalise and we take that ball to goal? You know, great transition through court there, great use of all 3 channels. Opening up the goal shooter. That was really good work, North East.
So into the final minute then of this third quarter. Team Bath still applying the pressure all the time. Oh, brilliant leap and grab, and finished off expertly, and that was really impressive to see. Even she was rocked back by that take, but had the composure to finish it off as well.
Yeah, but then, Brady, you'd think it shouldn't actually be that easy either. You really shouldn't be able to give the ball from the sideline in that easily. So I'd want to see a little bit more pressure on that goal shooter. So it's not so easy for, you know, centre court players to sight her in that way, from that far away from her. So a little bit more work on defence, I think, is needed, just to tighten up a little bit from North East.
So the end of the third quarter, Team Bath still in control, leading by 17 points to 10. So it's going to take a real big effort now from the North East to get back into this one. Team Bath can almost touch and they can smell that victory. They are only 6 minutes away from claiming it. Stay with us. We'll be back for the fourth and final quarter in just a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, the fourth and final quarter between North East and Team Bath. And for Team Bath, it's an important 6 minutes. They're very close to claiming a victory this weekend, which would mean all teams throughout this weekend have claimed a victory. And that will feel important for Team Bath, even though this weekend isn't all about the winning. It'll be a nice feeling for them to get that win.
Yeah, and obviously there's the defence picking up a warning there. It looked like potentially seen for dangerous play. I think it was probably not intentional, but it's so physical out there, and I think it's simply because they just want to go out of a win and they're giving everything, and that's actually what you want your players to do. But obviously you want them to do it safely as well. We don't want anybody getting injured, so it's just to go out Bath with the intent they've had with this game and finish strongly. Really, I think it's about North East really trying to counteract what Bath are doing. Obviously they've changed the goalkeeper here again, trying to do something different, trying to slow the ball down to that goal shooter from Bath. Not working at the moment because that goal shooter's having a great game for Team Bath.
Yeah, she certainly is. And from Team Bath's point of view, would you know that you've got that really good advantage? Would you almost just think, let's just retain possession and game management and let's just keep it ticking over? Let's not do anything stupid here.
Absolutely. I think particularly with this type of competition and the fact that this would be their first win, I think there is something, the confidence that will come out of this game. So I think that this is about a win for that, and they would have probably have targeted this game as a win. So they would have been given targets or clear instructions about what the expectations were around what they were looking to do. That's a great shot from the goal attack, good response. But it will be to push on and win, and not to let North East back into this game.
And at the moment, it's just all Team Bath. They are really putting the pressure on this North East side. And you can almost see every time they get a chance to have a breather and just slow the clock down, they're taking it.
But that's an offside call there for the centre. That's great work from the shooter. Using their wing attack to get herself nearer to the post. And actually wing attack being responsive to that. Sometimes it can be quite easy to switch off on the circle edge when your shooters have got the ball. But knowing that her shooter might want to use her to get near the post, that was really good work between those two. Good patience there from North East. So unlucky there.
Yeah, it was slightly unlucky. And look at the space open up for Team Bath there. It's been a long weekend. I mean, it's actually huge credit to these sides who've maybe not had the results they wanted, but they're still going for it. They still want to perform. They still want to put the effort in and try and get the victory.
Absolutely. And as you say, but it is a long weekend. You know, particularly those who've had to travel. So all the things that come into that, in terms of warming down, and obviously making sure it's the second day that they can still perform the second day. There'll be some tired legs out there, but it'd be just to keep going to that whistle, keeping it disciplined, staying composed, your technical skills. It might even be about slowing it down a little bit and just making those secure connections. That's a great ball from the centre. Sight the shooter. But it was great work there from the goal defence. Great hands over the ball to pull her off that shot.
Yeah, huge credit to North East, still battling, still creating some really good moments, and also similar credit has to be given to Team Bath's defence as well, although North East finally get through that wall defence of Team Bath. I think what's been impressive here from Team Bath's point of view is the professionalism that there's been in this performance in this final quarter. They've not really given any silly mistakes away, although as I say that as well.
But I think that was actually just well read by the defence, by the goalkeeper. She's anticipated. I mean, they've done that positional move 2 or 3 times. She's read that, and done something to try and counteract it. And that's actually, as a coach, what you want to see, that your players are responding to what's happening on court. So if 2 or 3 things keep happening, what can I do to change that if it's not working? Or if the shooter's making the same move against me, and she's getting the ball, what can I do to stop her from making that move? So you want to be seeing that your players are learning and adapting to what's going on court. So I think we saw multiple changes there, I think.
Yeah, plenty.
Table bench.
Almost a brand new team coming on for the final 40 seconds. Oh, want to get a run out. Why not? And why not, indeed. And here come North East. So coming into the final 30 seconds for both of these sides.
I think the goal shooter was deemed to pushed off on the back of the goalkeeper when she went for that ball. Can North East finish with a goal? Let's go then, North East. Let's see if you can capitalise on that. Oh.
There we go, an interception, and here come Team Bath looking to try and finish off in style. And there we go, and it's a victory for Team Bath then. They've been working hard for that victory. They put a lot of effort into trying to beat Netball North East, and they've finally claimed that victory. But huge credit to both sides who, after a long weekend, gave absolutely everything.
Yeah, and actually, I know the camera didn't see it, but if you've just seen how the Team Bath girls embraced themselves, and you've seen it here now, that win meant a lot to them. It was really, really important they got that win. Confidence, pride, something to show from their hard work all weekend. So well done to Team Bath securing their first win of the weekend.
Yeah, Team Bath have come out on top then by 21 points to 12 against the North East. Well, we have one more game for you to come this afternoon, and it's the one we've all been waiting for. Manchester take on Surrey. There's a thunderstorm brewing, and that will be coming up next.
Putting on the red dresses.
God, it's amazing.
Pride.
It's just, amazing.
Yeah, it's just a really special moment.
Pride is definitely the one that stands strong.
Women's sport's so exciting.
There's definitely a lot of hard work put in that you don't get to see, but I love that. I like working hard, training hard.
The Rose's development framework is an age stage development process for girls from grassroots all the way up to senior level.
Ultimately, we're trying to create an oversupply of athletes challenging for places all the way through the pathway.
There's always going to be new girls coming through, and we want to create a legacy for this team. As a coach, the framework will help in many ways. It will allow us to all be doing the same thing, so singing off the same hymn sheet. It also links into the What It Takes to Win document that we work in higher up the academy, and it just allows people to have that little bit more confidence in what they're delivering.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my coaches. Like, the coaches here are amazing, and they developed me so much.
It's not about telling, it's about actually, you know, at the different age and stage, about eliciting different experiences by using different questions and different styles of delivering sessions or tactics or techniques.
The technical side obviously is what they're doing on the court.
We want them to have a tactical intellect that suits the way and style that we play. Physical competence is absolutely essential, so you know the way they play at the World Cup is absolutely something that we wanted them to do on a training basis. And from my point of view as well, their behaviours, and a lot of that is to do with off-court behaviours as well as on-court behaviours.
I think we've got a really great bunch of girls, and you know, we set a lot of principles for what we want for this squad.
It's about understanding the human, but also some of what they're possibly going to start to experience as they go through their own journey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Under-15 Netball Performance Competition. This is the final. We're here at the University of Wolverhampton in Walsall. Outside, it's a beautiful sunny day with a gentle breeze. Inside, I predict a bit of a thunderstorm coming your way here for this Under-15s final as Manchester Thunder take on Surrey Storm. I'm here, my name is Mark Peckers, alongside Jill, bringing you the commentary, and we have got the starting lineups coming your way in the yellow and black of Manchester Thunder, unchanged from their semi-final. Their lineup is Beth Adamson as goal shooter. Goal attack is Harriet Jones. Wing attack, Emma Fletcher. Centre is Libby Holstenholm. Wing defence of Ella Maltby. Goal defence of Charlotte Wilkinson, and goalkeeper of Sylvia McCarthy. Your captain is Charlotte, the goal defence. They are taking on the team of Surrey Storm with just one loss to their name so far and one change from their semi-final against Leeds Rhinos, where they were successful. The shooter for Surrey Storm in the blue is Sophie Peck, captain and goal attack. And the mean machine in the semi-final was Sophie Kelly. Wing attack, Sabine Coombs. Centre, Sienna Rutherford. She will be running the show for Surrey Storm. The wing defence, Esme Harley. Goal defence, Teresa Litova. And the big goalkeeper, Scarlett Creasley. This is going to be a huge game. Manchester Thunder have blown away all of the teams that they've faced, but they've yet to face Surrey Storm, who have done the same in their previous pools. Jill, how do you see this game going?
Well, it's a tough one to call. I'm excited. I've just watched the third, fourth playoff, and that was a cracking game, and I'm hoping this will be the same. I mean, Manchester Thunder have been unbeaten, as we said, so they'll want to retain that, but it's anything to play for. There's nothing to lose now when you get to a final. You just go for it, you give it everything you've got, and anything can happen.
You've seen both these teams in competition so far. Who pick out a player to watch from each of the teams if you could?
Well, it's difficult because you look at Manchester Thunder and everyone, we have any player on the court, the coach says she's got a strong bench as well. Anyone comes on, knows what their job is on the court. And I will particularly look at the shooting though, the combination of Beth Adamson and Harriet Jones. Shooters are crucial now. Any bonus they get, they've got to put the goals in, and they've got to get the shot in after their centre pass. Surrey Storm, I know, again, goal shooter Sophie Peck, crucial to them, and I'm picking out the shooters, but goal defence, goalkeepers as well I would look out for.
Yeah, Sophie Kelly was instrumental in the victory against Leeds Rhinos. She took 80% of the goals in that game against Leeds Rhinos. As the players now making their way onto court here for this Under-15s final, there's about 300 spectators here making a lot of noise, and we know that Manchester Thunder fans are going to make a lot of noise. So it is time to get the show on the road. Our players are poised and ready, just waiting for our umpires. It's the two Sarahs that are taking over the officiating duties here, just at the bottom of your screen. So Surrey Storm in the blue and black. Manchester Thunder in the yellow and black. It is Thunder, it is Storm. It's about to take off. Here we go in this women's Under-15 final.
And as you can see, the setup for Surrey Storm, actually, one player started off very, very wide, and the centre pass actually went back though first, so it went to a backup centre pass. Thunder already putting the pressure on.
Sophie Kelly, the captain, has the first shot. She's been lethal from the mid-range as well. Like I said, 80% of the goals scored against Rhinos in the semi-final, but also she's been just on fire this whole weekend's competition.
Yeah, so important for the shooters. And well, at the beginning of the game, the first shot in. So both shooters get their first shot in of the game.
Lovely play by Anderson. She was moving away as well and kept that trajectory of the ball really well.
Yes, you want your shooters and goal attacks to turn to the post straight away and look as if they're going to shoot. Lots of rotation in that circle between the goal attack and goal shooter, and work the ball to the post.
Sabine Coombs, the wing attack, throwing a high ball in there. Gets the deflection, a bit of out and in. And then the captain again shoots, but just drops that short. Good
Great
hustle
rebound
by Peck.
Yeah. And that's crucial, isn't it? Any missed shot, well, you want the goalkeepers and defences both contesting for rebounds with the shooters. It's a bonus if you get a missed shot and a rebound then.
Manchester Thunder seem to move so well off the ball when they've not got it, just opening up those spaces, giving those opportunities every single time.
Yeah, always important to give options to the person with the ball. Really important that there just isn't one person going for the ball, that there could be 2 forward options you look for ideally, and then a backup just in case. And then it's up to the person with the ball to make the decision of the best person to pass to.
Beth secures her second goal to level the game at 2 goals all here. These are 8-minute quarters and a turnover for Thunder.
And this is going to be vital. Can they capitalise on this turnover?
The Thunder outscored Lightning, but can they do the same to the Storm in this final? Opportunity to get that turnover, but again, Adamson doing well on the recovery and making sure that second shot, finishing it nicely as well, going through the ball.
She did, following it through, and again now it's Thunder's centre pass, so the chance for them to go 2 goals ahead. So she decided to take the shot, that didn't go in, so now we've got the bonus.
Harriet Jones's first attempt. Not quite mid-range, but it was across the side as well, so.
So this is where Manchester Thunder put the pressure on, when on the back line pass for Surrey Storm, you can see it's had to go back to the keeper again. Pressure's on all the way down the court from Manchester Thunder, making it hard for Surrey Storm to really get into their flow of play and forcing that error.
Again, that is just pressure, just by being close to them, isn't it?
All the time. Oh, and another error there, so Surrey Storm get another bonus. As you can see, Thunder back on defence. Their transition from defending to attacker is really, really good all the time, very quick.
Sabine Coombs looking for the opportunity in the centre. She finds her captain, and the captain delivers to level the game at 3 goals all here with 4 minutes just on the clock done. We have a clock on the screen, it isn't the official time. Depending on the referee calls for time. An opportunity with a high ball over the shoulder of the shooter. Goes into the hands of Kelly, and Kelly delivers for her team.
So nice feed from the circle edge for Manchester Thunder, work the ball down the court really well. Shooter
Adamson
puts it in.
Dropping away again on that pass, but it was amazing how quick Manchester were, but Storm were a little bit slow to kind of block off any of the attacks coming into the centre then.
Yeah, and that's that transition. Manchester Thunder, from, as we said, from defence to attack, really, really quick in that transition. Surrey Storm maybe not so quick, but still putting the goals away when they get the opportunity.
So Surrey Storm. Storm is passing here, 5-4. It's hotly contested final.
Yeah, so they'll still be watching each other a little bit for this first quarter, sussing each other out, what they think, working out what their game plans are.
They both topped their pools, so not yet faced against each other. Manchester Thunder successful against Mavericks, and Storm successful against Leeds Rhinos in the semi-finals. Advantage now towards Storm.
Now will she take the shot or she'll pass over? Yeah.
The right choice, just quite far back on the baseline.
Yeah, so you wouldn't take that long shot really. You'd play it out or pass it on to your goal shooter.
She's got Peck there right underneath the post as well.
So we know that both goal shooters and goal attacks are going to try and pass between themselves under that post. So now defences need to be looking, trying to stop that pass going in under the post, try and get a bonus.
The noise in the crowd tells you that Manchester have got a turnover as well. They make a lot of noise on court and off court to the Thunder. Wonder whether we'll see the Manchester Thunder clap coming off soon or not.
And the Thunder, it's their centre pass as well. So that goal was off the Surrey Storm centre pass. So a chance now to go 2 ahead. Nice run through there from the goal attack along the baseline, and that pass in.
As they start to extend their lead by 2. It's interesting to see Charlotte Wilkinson, the goal defence, always talking to her team as a captain, driving them all the way back from deep, but she's marshalling her troops, getting them going, motivating them.
Yeah, and you want that leader on the court, and they can take it in turns and lead and keep communicating with each other. You do tend to get natural leaders on the court who will take that role on, but everyone needs to communicate on the court between themselves, which they do very well.
So getting away there. Still not quite enough on it. It's almost pulling out the shot as she's releasing.
Yes, not enough trajectory on
Sophie
that.
Kelly shows her what to do though.
Yeah.
She's quite confident that she's
And
never
that's
shy
what you
about
want,
that.
If you aren't going to do it, then I am. Oh, great interception there from the Surrey Storms.
Great turnover.
Oh,
high and
that was
over.
unlucky. Contact against the shooter
Contact,
given
yeah.
there. That was
Just time the clock
unfortunate.
stopped for a second or so there. 1 goal the difference here. Storm are down by 1. Thunder leading 8-7.
Can they put another one in before the end of this first quarter? It'd be good to go in with another goal ahead. He's got to risk that from there, and unlucky.
And there we go into the first quarter. It is just a 1-goal game. Manchester Thunder 8, Surrey Storm 7. So we're seeing the pictures here of the coaches talking in their units for Surrey Storm. So here we go. It is 8-7 Storm leading. (2020), the 22nd of February, 10 games, 5 teams, 1 victor. Well, here, there's going to be 1 victor coming out of this. Is it Thunder or is it Storm? The sun shines through the windows here at the back of University of Wolverhampton. But there's no chance of these two disrupting or moving on for another 3 quarters at least. 8-7. Jill, what's your thoughts on how both teams have approached this game in this final so far?
Well, there's nothing really to lose. Both teams got every opportunity to go for it, and I think it's anybody's game as we're looking at it at the moment. Interesting to see on the bench, on the Surrey Storm bench, we have the 2 coaches giving feedback to different units of the team. The Manchester Thunder bench, just 1 coach giving to the feedback to the team as a whole. So different approaches from the coach towards the feedback at this first break.
Here we go then, the noise building here at the University of Wolverhampton. 1 quarter down, Thunder leading by 1 goal. It is Thunder that's going to get us underway. I take that back, it's Storm that's going to get us underway. Thunder thought they were. Such a close first quarter as well. There was only a couple of turnovers, but each of the teams made those count. It's managing that ball when you've got the centre as well is the important key.
Absolutely, and in a game as close as this, that can be vital. That can be the difference between winning the game and not. And, being the champions, just 1 turnover, 1 rebound from the defenders, 1 missed shot, all sorts of things when it's such a tight game.
All the way around the rim and back. She gets a second chance. No mistake this time from Adamson. Both goals in this second quarter going the way of the centre. But a turnover now. Infringement for Storm carelessly given away by Thunder. That's unusual.
It is unusual because they closed down that centre pass really, really well of Surrey Storms, but then unusual for them not to produce a goal from that.
Lovely work there. Dropping over the shoulder. Peck just giving too much. Sophie Kelly just talking to Sophia Peck there, just trying to calm down.
Yeah,
a little
just
bit of
take your
encouragement.
time a little bit. When you've got it, you've got 3 seconds. Gain your composure and your balance before you put your shot up, because you know that the Manchester Thunder defenders will pounce on you to get that rebound.
Currently Manchester leading by 1 goal, 9-8 here with just over 6 minutes left on the clock. Driving that ball down the right side. Footwork given against.
Yeah, long pass, overstretched her a little bit. I mean, these players work on taking balls under pressure, but
Thunder hustling on this defence, but it's important that Storm maintain here, isn't it?
yes.
Get the consistency, but they've just thrown the ball away again. Careless turnover needed.
And we always say, just go back to basics. Doing the basics really, really well will always make a difference. Nice shot there from the goal shooter.
Thunder now have a 3-goal lead.
So
And I'll do Peck. A load of confidence there, getting that goal in.
yes, and she has got the height advantage a little bit over the keeper, so if she marks the space properly and holds that space and the feed's put in accurately, she'll be able to get it to her under the post.
So just under 5 minutes remaining now. 11-9, Thunder lead. Contact called. Harriet Jones now getting in with the action. It's mostly been Beth Adamson for Thunder so far.
And see how well that the Thunder team closed down the space at the centre pass though, and Surrey Storm are having to look back.
Got no room to move, have they?
No space at all. It's just a wall of yellow, if you like.
It's a huge court, but they make it look so small. They're just
Yes,
suffocating them.
absolutely.
But then as soon as they get it, look how quick they spread out.
Yeah. Surrey Storm have done well there in this end quarter, just to try and close them down, not let them get into the flow a little bit, because once they're in the flow, that's when they're really, really dangerous. If you can try and win it back in that end quarter, it's a real bonus, but push them back up the court if you can. Don't allow them the space, and don't allow the pass in.
Yeah, their movement off the balls really impressed me.
Yeah.
When they haven't got it, opening out option. They've never really been without an option. It's only when it's been the wrong choice that they've had that interceptions come in from Storm where they've read it.
Absolutely, and sometimes you have the ball. It's not the first player always you see move. It might be one moves away to create space for another one coming in, and Manchester Thunder do that very well. Work off each other, watch each other, and use the space on the court.
So 13-9, it's a 4-goal gap now. Thunder just pulling away.
So use the wing attack to help her get closer to the post.
Good
but
defense.
A lovely defensive rebound. She got really high up to that to meet the ball. Which is
Teresa Litova is doing goal defense duties, but now being substituted.
yes, looks like she was trying to call time a little
Creasy's
bit earlier for an injury.
So Creasy's going to move from goalkeeper to goal defense here. Good hustle this time by Storm, forcing the error. Packed out grandstand here, people standing on the opposite grandstand just to get a view over the shoulders here. With 300 people cheering on this under-15 final.
Goalkeeper really contesting, going for that ball, and that will be a contact. But you've got to go for everything in there. Try and not contact there and give the penalty away, but
they've had the brief, haven't they, as umpires, to kind of keep that contact down to a minimum.
Yes.
We've only seen a couple of times that they've actually talked to the players individually or have to call the captains in. But it's been great for the players to have these great referees, great umpires with them, to be able to talk them through what they're doing.
yes, because you're learning from it, what you're doing wrong when you're going for it, because you want to go for it, but you've got to be disciplined as well when you do. So it's learning that little bit of when to go. Do I go for it? Or sometimes you're not in the right position to go for it, and that's when the contact can occur.
So Manchester now just playing ball, moving it across.
Yeah, Surrey Storm trying to slow them down a little bit. Closing
Warning
down
that.
space. So tried to do a bounce pass there, but it didn't quite work, wasn't quite accurate enough, and Surrey Storm win the ball back.
A warning there again. Storm still got the ball though. Can they take advantage? Just be a little bit quicker off the ball, shaking off their markers.
And timing is crucial as well when you make the
Win
move.
defence coming in hard there on the centre.
Yeah.
Opportunity for a long ball. Now the centre had been sold in. But
that was too...
Storm trying to force.
A bit of a hopeful pass that was right across the circle edge. So you want to get the ball at full stretch, but not at full stretch where you actually can't control it. So cut out the unforced errors a little bit now for Surrey Storm.
I'm sure the coaches at half-time will have a little bit of time with both units there to be able to talk through and iron out these. There we go into half-time with a score at 13-10. Thunder leading by 3 here. Had the advantage 5-3 in the goals in that one. So a much stronger quarter for the Manchester Thunder. Your thoughts, Jill?
Yeah, I think what Surrey Storm need to do is come and meet the ball a little bit more, and so that they can get ball side in attack and not look and give these really long balls, because at the end Manchester Thunder are looking to ready for that and looking to hunt it down and gain the interception. So shorter, quicker passes.
Let's see what happens in the second half as we go into this halftime break. Manchester Thunder 13, Surrey Storm 10. We're here in the University of Wolverhampton at half-time with Manchester Thunder taking on Surrey Storm 13-10. While it's quiet now, you'll hear a rumble soon as Thunder take back to the court with their supporters here in Wolverhampton. Can be heard all the way across the country, all the way up to Manchester as they compete for the title here in this under-15 performance competition. But standing in their way, they've got a storm to break through. If Surrey Storm who are fighting hard in both of these quarters and looking to take victory. Thunder in their huddle, working together. The coaches have done what they've done, now being led by their captain, Charlotte Wilkinson, on the right-hand side of your screen, giving her instructions, motivating her team now to drive. They played some amazing netball all weekend. Can they close it off here in the final 16 minutes as on come the Storm? So Jill, let's see how these two teams react now. Do they take your advice and guidance that you're giving them?
Absolutely.
They might be quite right to do so, to be fair.
I think as a coach, though, you have just got to think of one small thing at this moment that will make the difference. You can't impart too much information because you've worked on that in training beforehand. So there might be one little thing that you change or one thing just for the team to think about. But sometimes as coaches, we want to give too much information and the players can't take it all on board at one time.
And the big thing is, yes, they've done the training, they've worked hard, but they're here to enjoy themselves and have some fun as well. It's the final. They've done so well to get there.
Absolutely.
Let's enjoy this final. Let's play with that freedom,
Yeah.
that sense of pride of what we're doing. The dress that we're wearing, the badge we've got on our shoulder is what it's all about.
And they've all worked hard, as you said. They must be feeling tired now, mentally and physically. And you know what, whatever the result, yes, both teams want to win and be the champions, but sometimes it's not a bad thing to lose either. You need to be able to learn to deal with losing as a player as well as winning.
Good spread across the circle there. Goal attack. Just dropping the ball back. Extreme out and in there it was. That draws the foul.
So she's looking for some support around that circle edge if she doesn't feel she can get it into a shooter because the
Good
defenders...
hands by Sophie Peck, the goal shooter.
Because she's been challenged by two, yes.
Yeah, she was sandwiched by two, but got the advantage. That'd be a really beneficial point for her to have on the board. 11-15, crucial for Storm as well.
And such is the standard of play. I think we forget sometimes these girls are under 15, so they could be 13 or 14 years of age. And, you know, there's been some great netball performances throughout the whole weekend from all the different teams. They should, no matter what, like you said, always all be proud of themselves.
Absolutely agree with that. They have been phenomenal this weekend. Just short of 30 games have been played here, and they've worked so hard. With the momentum building from the Commonwealth Games in Coolangatta to the World Cup being hosted here to now 2022 being announced that Birmingham have got the Commonwealth Games.
Absolutely.
English netball is just on a fly now. We've said goodbye to Tracy Neville. We brought in Jess Thurlby, the new era for the senior level is building. But that's going to cascade all the way down here to the Roses Foundation we talked about. We've had Gabby Marshall here as a mentor. The players have had a chance to speak to her as well, understanding the mindset of an elite athlete and what it takes, even at their age now.
Absolutely. What inspiration for them all, and so much. You play netball, well, great interception there from the goal attack on the Surrey Storm win centre pass. So everyone defending. If you haven't got the ball, you're defending and you want that ball back. When you've got it, you want to treasure it and really look after it. Try and get it into your shooters. So great work there from the goal attack for Manchester Thunder.
Thunder lead by 7 here, 18-11. Now against anybody, that's a big task to bring back. It's possible. But when you're facing Thunder, they've just got to be consistent now and just get themselves back in it one at a time.
Yeah. Keep your heads, Surrey Storm, I would say. Keep doing what you've been asked to do by your coach. Keep your heads and just try. All you can do is try your best at the end of the day till that final whistle.
Manchester looking fluid now with their passing.
They are. Yeah.
To change of centre for Storm. Manchester lead by 9 now. A quarter here where
an opportunity as well.
It could be up on goals.
Could be a tactical, fresh legs because centres have to run a lot all over the court. So it could be a bit of a tactical change, bring another centre on with a little bit more energy left.
(2012). A great year for netball as well in the Olympic Games. 2022 is the next big one for English netball.
Yeah, for the Commonwealth Games to be in Birmingham is awesome. And as netball's part of the Commonwealth Games, that's even better.
There's going to be some amazing sports in some amazing venues. Beach volleyball in the centre of Birmingham as well. What a spectacle that'll be. But the noise that we've seen down at the Copper Box when we've done the Fast Fives for the Vitality Super League, and we've seen in the World Cup up in Liverpool, that's coming to Birmingham.
Yeah. And Birmingham will do a great job.
3 minutes left on the clock to go. (13-20) the score here. It's a chance for a good double for Storm on this turnover.
So a bit of patience to play it round, don't force it in. And that
both teams looking a little bit more relaxed now.
They do.
Not so tight, are they?
Yeah, is it relaxed? Are they getting a little bit tired now? Had a very, very tough weekend, haven't they, of matches? Shots are still going in, though.
Yeah, Captain Kelly, Sophie Kelly there, the goal attack. Fundamental in keeping her team close. Almost another turnover there. Great defence by Storm.
Yeah, going down fighting. They're not going to give up yet. And the composure, I've been really surprised when I see the composure of the shooting though and the accuracy of these teams, even playing under pressure. The shooting, I think, has been outstanding at times. The shooting stats must be very high for these teams.
Penalty against Storm there. So Manchester Thunder have the ball back in their defensive third. So they find the gaps, moving forward, quickly drive down the right-hand side.
Yeah,
attack doing everything to stay out the circle then.
Oh, lovely
Good
attack,
hustle,
lovely
good
rebound.
pullback. Adamson earning her team a well-earned goal there. 22-14.
Of course, once you're ahead, you're even more confident as a shooter that the goal's going to go in. So psychologically dealing with that mentally very well.
Nice high ball, drop on the shoulder, turning. Just needs to finish that shot up and down. There it is.
So use of the backup player just to help the attack reset if there's nothing to go forward. They are very good at maintaining possession, aren't they? Just playing it around until the right opening comes. Unfortunately, that was out of court.
Yeah. Quite a tough goal there. I don't know if she quite had it fully on the first take, but the umpire's got a better view than we have.
Absolutely. And you'd expect her really to catch it first time with two hands, to be honest. So.
Good switch there, nice split landing.
And
Kelly again.
Can't ask any more than that from your shooters when they get the ball to put it through the hoop.
We go in to the break then with a score at 23-16. So 6 goals for Storm in there. And then a huge 10 goals for Manchester Thunder. Back with the action here, looking down on the Surrey Storm bench. what have they got left in the locker? The final 8 minutes of this under-15s final. Over 300 spectators crammed in on this side of this court, looking down, watching these players. The noise has been electric. The way the game's been played, though, has been really nice. It's played in such a good manner and good spirit as well.
Yeah, great spirit and great effort from both players, respecting each other on the court, going for it, working hard, going for every ball, fighting for it, but playing a really good standard of netball. But yeah, mutual respect, I would say. And these two teams have come across each other before, so they do know what to expect from each other as far as effort and competitiveness is concerned.
Captain Charlotte Wilkinson again giving a rallying call to the Thunder. She's done this after every quarter that's happened this weekend.
And isn't it great to see an under-15 player taking on that responsibility?
Incredible.
Yeah.
Great leadership.
Yeah.
But she's played the game well. She's really driven from the baseline behind, watching her team, supporting them. As the thunderclap starts building in the grandstand. 23-16. 8 more minutes. Can Manchester keep ahead and take the title here in this performance competition at English Netball? You'll watch this live on the English Netball YouTube channel. A very warm welcome to Wolverhampton. This is the Thunderstorm final.
Yeah, she had to pass that ball then because there wasn't any other options, but it was covered really by the Manchester Thunder defender. Just went out of court again. They look to take the interception. Every pass is challenged at the moment by Manchester Thunder. Again, and then the interception from the keeper.
It's great to see Thunder, while they do have this lead, and it's a strong lead, they're not just resting on their laurels. They're still scrapping for every point. They're still closing down. The coach won't let them just roll back and go, yeah, we're doing all right.
No, and you want your teams to maintain it all the way through, no matter what the score. So although they'll be aware of what the score is, you want them to still be concentrating on the game plan and their performance as an individual as well as being part of the team. And that's what they're learning here. Very easy, you can sometimes start to get a little bit complacent and make the wrong decisions with the ball, and before you know it, you've given it away, and the other team will capitalise on that.
So shaping the ball across the court, using that space. As you get tired, that court looks bigger and bigger the more they make you move, doesn't it?
It does look, but yeah, looking easy and easy for them to find some space.
Not quite finished on the shot.
Maybe even the shooters are getting a little bit tired.
Manchester defensively in their pool group only conceded 49 goals as well. So they've been not just attacking strong, but they've been defensively sound all the way through this whole competition.
Yeah, the whole team from goalkeeper all the way down. Attacking when they have to, and then defending from goal shooter down when they have to.
Great passage of play there. It's a huge triangle. Ending in Adamson with a goal. The claps from the team as they got that turnover. The lead is now 11, 27-16.
They always look to pass to a teammate in there, and it's another goal. So Surrey Storm centre pass. Let's see if we can get. So nice drive out there from the wing attack for that first phase of the centre pass.
Going for that high ball.
Yeah.
Shooter just dropping into the post.
She just didn't have the space, did she, behind her to get that? The goalkeeper had got to pin really back towards that back line. So the space wasn't there.
Shot as well.
Absolutely. Yes.
Again, that's down to the defensive work that Manchester are doing.
Yeah, denying them the space. The girls, Surrey Storm need to keep moving, but Manchester Thunder aren't letting them. They're really closing down.
Yeah, Harriet Jones there, scoring the goal after some great movement, dropping herself out the circle. So change it on the wing defence. And Shooter for Storm.
Yes, and that's good from the coach. Bring some of the other players on and give them an opportunity to play in this final. Being realistic, she knows she's not going to pull the score back now. I don't think. Let the other players all come on and have a.
It's been great the whole weekend that the players have had to play at least 3 quarters as well. So they've had to use all the squad there. They've not just picked their starting 7 and stuck with that.
No.
They've had to start using them. But actually, all games, every game there have been a couple of changes at least as well. We know a couple of them forced through injuries, but the coaches have started to blood them through. And the chance to play in front of 300 people with cameras staring down at them is a very different type of feel than just playing in a normal little sports hall or a school as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. You've got to learn to deal with all these distractions going forward if they want to go forward and play Super League. And I'm sure a lot of them have aspirations to be an English Rose going forward. So got to be able to learn to deal with this. So great experience.
31-16. A weakness. A loss of the ball there for Storm. 32-16. There's now double.
It's really good defence. So every time there's 3 players defending from from Manchester Thunder on the Surrey Storm centre pass. They forced the footwork error now. Surrey Storm weren't even able to get it out of the centre third.
Manchester have changed the forecast here. They've blown away the Storm. It's Thunder all the way now in the final 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, throughout the tournament this weekend, they've set a really high standard, haven't they, Manchester Thunder? There's
the captain. Let's push it, girls. Keep going. She's still driving them on. 2 minutes left to go.
Yeah.
They've won the final, effectively. And she's still asking for more. She's still pushing for more.
Absolutely.
Great leadership on the court.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see that.
That's the ethos of Manchester Thunder, isn't it? They'll go on right till the final whistle.
Absolutely. Again, not in an aggressive or an overconfident manner either. It is about us. It's not just
still
about
controlled.
we're better than you.
Yep, still not forcing the pass if it's not on. Still being controlled, thinking about what they're doing.
Lovely work down there, driving out down the left-hand side into the circle.
And confident shot to finish it off.
Just over 1 minute left on the clock. Thunder driving, but couldn't score in that final one. So now an opportunity for Storm to go out on a high on his final minute. They haven't even played back, which is the staggering thing, is it? Storm have played really quite well.
Yeah.
Sophie Kelly has shot really well, which she's got underneath the post all from the angles, as she is here. Again.
Yeah. Lovely move that was, all the way down the court. Nice composure, moving into space, accurate passing, and finish with a goal.
They've just come across a team that are too good on the day.
Yeah.
And too good on the weekend as well, that have been playing such a high, strong, consistent level to lead by 20 points in the final.
Yeah. But I think Surrey Storm, I know she said at the beginning of the competition, their coach said that they had a great preparation. They had they'd worked on mindset as well, so positive mindset, and they are keeping going. And you have to learn from a loss as well as a win, and it's not always a bad thing, and it's not a bad result coming second, is it?
Not at all. And like I said, they have played really well this final.
Yeah.
And they've done some really great defence. Just missed as the buzzer goes. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2019 Under-15 Performance Competition champions. They are Manchester Thunder, taking the game 37-18. What a performance. Worthy champions, Manchester Thunder. The parents are proud in the grandstands. handshakes all round. What a great final that was. Surrey Storm still played really well.
On the day, beaten by a better team, weren't they? And they'll take that. They'll go away. They'll look at different things to work on and build on the experience, as will all the teams wherever they've come in the competition. It's been such a great opportunity, as we keep saying, for all these young players, and we forget some of the level of play. I think has been absolutely outstanding and unbelievable at under 15 level.
Again, yeah, they are under 15. You could forgive yourself for seeing that in a different way, to go, do you know what? That could be just short of senior level plays.
Absolutely.
I mean, this Manchester Thunder team, you could go and play a senior team and you could probably beat them as well, just with the power, commitment, the movement. They had everything there. The coaches, staff just talking to them all now as they're trying to cool themselves down. But leading by example, Charlotte Wilkinson and her team. Congratulations, Manchester Thunder. You are the champions of the under 15 performance competition. You are victorious, 37-18. We're going to have the presentation coming up very shortly for you. So we'll be back for the live presentation of this competition. Manchester Thunder first, Surrey Storm second, and Mavericks third. Does that sound the right way he's saying that now? I can't hear it, so
yes,
it's where we are.
Clear enough.
Do you know how they did the presentation or what? Hello and welcome to the presentation now for the Under-15 Netball Performance Competition hosted here at the University of Wolverhampton in association with English Netball. We have our three winners lined up in front and our presenters, and the English Rose, Gabby Marshall herself. We enjoyed the commentary side here by Bradley Hope, who's been bringing you the commentary. Showing their appreciation for all the volunteers, all the people behind the scenes that have helped put this event on. As with any event, we need these people here to help support. So just running through the 10 to 4 places. The Leeds Rhinos coming fourth in a thrilling third and fourth playoff. Bradley, you were on the mic for that one against Mavericks. What a game that was.
Unbelievable stuff, yeah. Leeds Rhinos have caught the eye of a lot of people here this weekend. They've obviously a new franchise and they've performed really well. They've performed probably beyond the expectations of a lot of people that thought when they came into this weekend. And now we're going to celebrate, of course, all those teams that got the medals this weekend.
So Mavericks here taking the bronze medal. They were victorious against Leeds Rhino by 1 goal. With a couple of seconds to go, Leeds Rhino were 4 or 5 goals down. They really pulled back, but Mavericks topped their table in Pool B. And then fought their way through into this competition to get themselves into a place for this bronze medal match. Some solid performances all the way through for the Mavericks.
Yeah, of course, Mavericks performing in Pool B this weekend, if you've been following the action on court number 2. And of course, that third playoff game against the Leeds Rhinos. Well, what a game it was. And you could see right at the end of the game what it meant to the players and the coaches when the final whistle went. Drama right up until the very last. It was an incredible third place final and almost worthy of a gold medal final at that as well. And they're thoroughly deserved winners of those bronze medals, Mark.
Probably one of the games of the weekend. Absolutely. Both teams pushing it hard after playing 6 games already. So the runners-up in the under-15 competition in the blue, they were Surrey Storm, going down in a strong final. They faced almost the Manchester City of netball teams there. They played the style that Pep Guardiola does. When they've got the ball, they attack. When they don't have the ball, they defend. They're defending the masses. But Surrey Storm were fantastic all the way through. Their captain led by example of goal attack, Sophie Kelly. And then also Scarlett Creasy and Teresa Littova had to work so hard in defence, not just in this game, but also in the semi-finals to get them to this stage as well. But massive shout out to Julie House and her team there. On another day, they played another team that would have won this competition. They just came against a better team. But Surrey Storm should hold their heads up high here, led by captain Sophie Kelly. Great runners-up in this competition, and what a standard they helped set as well.
Absolutely, they played their part in a fantastic final that they were just edged out by a superb Manchester Thunder side, who we'll get onto obviously very shortly. But yeah, word for Surrey Storm, I wasn't fortunate to really watch many of their games as I was on court 1 throughout the weekend, but I know from what I've heard and from what you've told me, Mark, they really have performed fantastically over the course of the weekend, and they were well deserving of their place in the final.
They should be proud of that silver medal. So the winners of the competition, can you hear that noise? That is the sound of thunder. Manchester Thunder, victorious by just over 20 goals in the final led by their captain, Charlotte Wilkinson, who didn't stop leading, didn't stop talking, communicating after every huddle, every quarter, but through the game in a real way. And they played the game so well. Beth Adamson, Harriet Jones shooting, but then the workhorses of the team, Emma Fletcher, Libby Wolsterholm, Emma Maltby, they're just driving that, moving that court. They made that court look so small. They covered it with ease. Again, we mentioned Charlotte and also Sylvia. Give a shout out to their bench as well. Megan Bentley, Mia Lanigan, Alice McGreevy, Connie Myers and Ruby Parker. Sorry, Ruby. But what a team they've been, led by Lauren Palmer and her support staff here. They have truly set the standard, and we keep going back to it, and we've said this in the commentary as well. This is the under-15s. What a level they've played.
They've been absolutely superb. It's been a pleasure to watch them play this weekend, and the words I used a lot throughout their games was their ruthless nature. Every time they had a sniff, the momentum they were building, they were suffocating teams. And you're quite right, Mark. They really made the court feel really small for all their oppositions. And a shout out for me actually for Ruby Parker. She didn't play a huge role in the final or in the semi-finals, but during the pool game she was absolutely fantastic as goal shooter. She was just so consistent and so reliable. And she was one of my favourite players to watch throughout the weekend. But huge congratulations to Manchester Thunder, and now obviously huge congratulations to our umpires as well.
The two umpires, the two Sarahs. Big smiles there. The umpires have done a great job as well this weekend. They've really helped educate, and to have the players to have these professional umpires at such a high level, constantly working with them, talking, guiding them through the things they need to do on each and every game has been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's been fantastic for them to have that development from the referees who have been guiding them through matches and telling them why they've given certain decisions and what that means. And it's been really great to watch. And of course, this competition it's all about, of course, trying to win it, but it's also been a chance for these players to learn and to educate and to go on for future careers as well. And it'll be interesting to see where they go on to next.
Absolutely. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this under-15 netball performance competition here at the University of Wolverhampton. The presentation is over. The final thing is for the pictures, the selfies to get on Instagram, so we'll leave them to it. Thank you very much for today, and we'll see you soon.